another tear. Yes, that borrowed nigga on deck, you heard. Yeah, what's goody, what's goody, what's goody, what's crack-a-lacking, what's crack-a-lacking, gang? What's crack-a-lacking, gang? Happy Venus Day, happy Friday, happy Love Day. What's going on, gang? What's going on, gang? What's going on, gang? What's going on, everybody? Everybody, happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. Hope everybody has had a great week, great, fruitful, abundant, positive, prosperous week. What's going on, everybody? Neoma, what's going on, family? Lorena, what's going on? I'm feeling great. How are you guys feeling? I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good. All right. Trey, I got you. Trey, I got the thing that I was trying to use to convert it to an MP3 wasn't working. So I think I'm gonna just use Dropbox or something. But let me know if the visual is working properly for the time being. But I could be able to handle that over the weekend. What's going on, everybody? Charis, what's going on, Charis? Coco Licious, what's going on? MD3368. All right, guys, I just want to do a little brief energy update real quick. I just want to talk about a couple things real quick. If y'all on YouTube, y'all see the thumbnail. If y'all on YouTube, y'all see the thumbnail. There's a lot going on in the name of relationships right now in a confusing way. All right? Let me turn this ring light off. I feel like this shit gonna be mad hot right now. All right. I'm giving one more minute. Shout out to all the mutable signs. Shout out to all the mutable signs in the building, man. This could be a little rocky weekend. Oh Lord. This could be a little rocky weekend for my mutables out there. So certain placements I just want to give y'all weekend warning so y'all can go ahead, do what y'all gotta do what y'all gotta do. Venus evening on this nice Venus evening, do what y'all gotta do tomorrow, do what y'all gotta do on Sunday without no anything. Right, Khalees. All right, let's get right into it. Look, family, Sun in Gemini, Moon in motherfucking Moon in Pisces. Moon in Pisces. Oh, give me 1 second, y'all. Supposed to say the same. All right. There we go. My bad, y'all, because I'm on live on IG and YouTube. You feel me? And ever since retrograde, my camera that I use to connect to the laptop be acting a little funny. So I'm just making sure I'm all connected. Yo, I'm just seeing names I ain't seeing in a while. Yo, what's going on, gang? What's going on, gang? What's good, family? Bell Poppy Low in the motherfucking building. Do I sound good on YouTube, y'all? Because I feel like my mic is not as close as it usually is, but yo, missed you on your live, brother. Joy to see you. You already know. So I hope everybody's well. And again, to these quick influences, real quick. Y'all, happy Venus Day. We got the Sun in Gemini, Moon in Pisces. Y'all know I get on this type of alignment all the time. I always get on that Gemini Pisces connection. All right. Y'all know me. I like to focus on our lessons. I like to focus on the things that indicate what we're supposed to learn, what missions and paths, and what energies are supposed to create certain circumstances for us to spiritually expand. Like, I like that part of it. I like that shit in the natal chart. Yeah. I know my 7th house is going to attract this type of woman. Yeah, I know my Venus. Yeah, I like that shit. Yeah. My person. Now, where the shadow at? What motherfucking debt did my black ass bring from these last 18 gazillion past lifetimes like a motherfucker? Because my black ass used to get in trouble a lot when I was young. So that was already giving me signs out this motherfucker. Like, all right, I gotta get my shit together this lifetime. I already felt the strong Saturn presence at a young age. This the experience to tighten up a little bit. A nigga clashing with authority early. No funny shit though. So when we get into squares, guys, you know, a lot of the times we are trying to find answers through certain situations in our life, trying to navigate certain issues or whatnot in our life, make tough decisions. And a lot of the times, you know, it's really us finding a solution for a square or opposition in our life, right? When you know your squares, you know that you're gonna always have this constant friction between two areas of your life or between two energies in your life, right? And I just started recording videos for signs through the 10th house. So once again, we know we're gonna start from the top. So we start with Aries in the 10th house. Shout out to all my Cancer risings in the building. All right. But you know, I talk a lot about the square in that video because that's very important to understand the square houses. Before we even start getting into your personal, yo, everybody, what's going on, everybody? Tracism, yo, damn, I motherfucking miss and love you, mother spiritual motherfuckers. I love ya. His names I ain't seen in a minute. What's going on? Selfless Tarot. Tracism, what's popping? Isaac Azir. All right. Sincerely, Kendi in the building. So boom. So you feel me? The more you know your squares, boom, 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 you know where this friction is coming from. And yeah, a lot of the times when we're just trying to get two areas of our life to get on the same page, or we're trying to figure out how to make a decision here and not let it impact this area too much, when you find yourself trying to balance these two different segments, two different energies, two different areas of your chart, it's most likely a square opposition that you're experiencing in this lifetime to learn how to find spiritual balance, energetic balance between these two different type of energies. So, you know, when we get into squares in general, we're looking at the sun squaring the moon, we already know, get down to the basics. Our actions and reactions ain't going to be on the same page. It don't matter what your energies are. The solar system ain't got their shit together. The solar system itself, the sun and moon, they ain't on the same motherfucking page. So we catch this influence. So we know we already in a communicative, overthinking ass energy during Gemini season. If you got air placements, it's double trouble for your ass. When we in the element of your sign, yes, you are in harmony. You are naturally in alignment. When you wake up, you are naturally in alignment. Aquarius and Libras, waking up every day, Gemini season, naturally in alignment. But your ass can naturally overdo some shit right now. Your ass naturally over talkative like a motherfucker. Your ass naturally critiquing, giving an idea, opinion out about every single thing. Anybody asked you a goddamn thing, Aquarius, Libra. If Gemini would have popped their shit right now, it's a different story. It's a different story. All right? Because sometimes when it's just your solar return season, that's actually a season that you can overdo some shit and you still get grace for it. Think about it. Your ass go to the club. You plan this motherfucking birthday outing. It's your 21st birthday. You a whole Gemini sun. So your ass nomad people. You gonna go to a restaurant, see motherfuckers at the restaurant that you didn't invite, that you know, like, yeah, come upstairs, come my shit. Yeah, y'all got VIP shit. So Gemini start inviting motherfuckers. Gemini start inviting niggas day of, like on the way to the shit, seeing people. Gemini leaving they block by the drive to the city, drive to this whole motherfucking VIP section for they be there. Like, hey, catch me over. I'm gonna send you the ad, I'm gonna send you the link, send you the location. Man, listen, Gemini could drink every motherfucking bottle in the club, fall on their ass, and guess what? It's Gemini birthday. Somebody gonna carry Gemini out the club. Somebody gonna make sure Gemini get home safe. Gemini might still get ass that night. Like Gemini might still, like, how you fuck up other people night? How you got dumb drunk, blacked out, threw up on the motherfucking club promoter and shit. You feel me? You was incoherent as a motherfucker when we had to get in the club and they was asking you for ID and tickets and shit. And your ass still went home with somebody. Like, damn, everything fell in your favor even when you was fucking shit up. So, Geminis, try not to overdo the shit right now, even though I just told y'all got a little spiritual hack to work with right now. But Libras and Aquarius is overdoing air is easy right now. It's easy to overdo your element, and you have to know what overdoing look like. This is where self-awareness come in. And I'm realizing in this modern day, a lot of us don't have that. I'm realizing that. We different. This community, everybody here is different. We on different time in here. This is everything we talk about is motherfucking self-awareness out this motherfucker. Everything we talk about in general is about self-awareness. So we live in it's the age of Aquarius. Look at technology, look at the internet. So everybody, the internet has created outlets where people can just display their bullshit. You could display your wisdom, you could display your talents, you could display your fucking your dumb shit if you want to. And you see how much people will utilize the resources of today to display their dumb shit. So self-awareness is something that everybody have. All right. And I get it. You might have some energies a little hard to deal with that shit. You might got some energies that is hard to get. It's hard for you to concentrate on how you're perceived, because some of y'all got energies where you don't give a fuck. So that's when not giving a fuck could be a good thing or a bad thing. All right. It's a very good thing to not give a fuck how people perceive you. Don't no fucking Aries rising give a fuck how people perceive them. Like what? The Aquarius rising, give a fuck about how you see them. But there's gonna be times where it was kind of convenient for you to have just a dose, so a small dose of self-awareness. All right, what's going on, Astro Girl Quay? All right, so we're all under this Gemini light energy, you guys. We're all under this Gemini light energy, and Gemini energy. What I love about Gemini, and it's just so light. It's just so light. It's free. All right, even free, feeling a little too free could be a bad. Listen, everything has its extreme, y'all. Everything has its extreme. That might be the reason why Gemini Sag broke up with your ass before, ghosted you before. Fuck what the Gemini may have told your ass. It may have just been that. Them niggas ain't feel free. A lot of Gemini Sag, right? A lot of Geminis and Sages done fucked up some potential for some divine connections because of freedom. I came down here to experience. Sag say some shit like, I feel restricted. And they'll use these words, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus. I just feel restricted. I feel like, I'm not myself in this relationship. Oh, you're not yourself, huh? Gemini just sometimes got too much options, know too much people. And it's too curious to feel like this situation is gonna, both of them think like this situation gonna block other experiences. But I fucked up last live and dragged Gemini a little bit too much. I forgot it was day season, so I'm gonna be aware of that shit tonight. All right, Gemini's my bad. Like I said last live, all of y'all getting rich this year. I don't care what your other astrologer said, border luckily said. All Gemini's getting rich. Whatever y'all want is God is giving to you this year. You want a kid, you trying to give birth, that baby on the way tonight. You ain't even have to have sex. Just think hard on that shit. Set intention. Get your affirmations out like a motherfucker. All right, whatever y'all want will be given. Okay, the lucky Libra said that. But under all this Gemini motherfucking energy, the moon is in motherfucking Pisces, y'all. So we under them Kanye, Kendrick, Lamar energies. We under them Kanye, Kendrick, Lamar energies. So your ass could be, we all could naturally catch strong surges of creativity right now. Strong surges of creativity. Find yourself being very in tune with creative energy in general. This combination, even though it squares each other, when they get aligned, when Gemini and Pisces energy is working harmoniously, you have so many different concepts, ideas, so many different perspectives to look at when it comes into a canvas of creativity. Somebody with this alignment, it's hard for them to get writer's block. Gemini Sun, Gemini Sun Pisces Moon, their essence is already too expansive as a Pisces Moon. They already see the good and the potential into everything. So if they are an artist as a Gemini Sun, there's a certain level of, every Gemini has a little dormant student in them. Geminis are very good students. They're very good students. I always say they learn very fast. So Geminis that are artistic, man, they study their craft. They study that motherfucking craft. If I'm not mistaken, Ice Cube got some. I don't know if he got. I'm bugging. I don't know if he got Pisces placement. I know he's Gemini Sun. So I always give credit to Gemini placements when it comes into lyricism, wordplay, anything dealing with motherfucking scripts, writing films. If they got Pisces in that motherfucker, the problem is gonna be how to condense it. That's the problem when it comes into dealing with their creative and mental stimulation a lot of the times. Okay, I got this album, this masterpiece album I want to drop. How the fuck do I pick the 15 songs out of these 3,000 songs my ass just did yesterday? My ass did, not the whole year. Yo, Gemini Pisces Sun do 3,000 songs in a day. So imagine how much shit they got to chop down just to get the final track list. So sometimes that's the problem. So this is why these placements need an anchor type of individual around them. Need a fixed placement around. You got this strong mutable ass energy. Yes, you very adaptable. You very flexible. You could rub shoulders, network, understand, relate to any group on this motherfucking face of the earth. But when it comes down into condensing things, constricting things, formatting things, that's when the mutable sides can struggle a little bit. All right. So somebody with these type of alignments, even if it's not Gemini, honestly, even if it's not Gemini Sun, Pisces Moon, you have a lot of mutable energy. It's good to have some fixed signs around you. All right. It's good to have some earth signs around you. Hopefully you don't butt heads too hard with the earth sign, because sometimes, a Gemini can butt heads a little heavy with, let me see, because earth signs can kind of have their way of like over practicalizing, and it kind of could not really help the Gemini like that. It's like, nigga, you over practicalizing this shit. So now it's like I'm feeling way too condensed being around your ass. But if it's an easy going earth sign, you got them extreme earth signs. Niggas be wanting you to do 1,000 practical things in a day. Like, no, this is what you gotta do. You gotta turn into LLC, then you gotta file your taxes, this, that, and the third. Then you can go down to that office street. You go do it tonight. They don't close till 9. You go down there, you get it done. You might want to get it done now today because it make more sense, because it's Saturday, Sunday. You're gonna have to wait 2 more business days instead of just getting it done on Monday. Then next you're gonna have to get the artwork done. Then next you're gonna have to, like, motherfucker, I just want to put some music out. What's all this extra shit? What's all this extra shit? This Taurus, Capricorn, motherfucking Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rise, you talk about. Motherfucker, I want to be Lil Wayne, not Birdman, motherfucker. Goddamn. I want to be Tupac, not Suge Knight. Motherfucker, I don't want to be in the office. Nigga got me feel like I'm in the office. You got me feel like I got to sign artists and shit now. Nigga, I'm the artist, motherfucker. If you want to manage me, say that. Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo, like, just say that. If that's what you... Nigga giving me too much work to do. I'm It's how people that got a lot of heavy creative placements, this is how they feel. Coming around a heavy ass. Fire signs can't go for shit like that. Like, nah, this nigga made me feel like I'm the manager of my shit now. Like, I just really want to just put the art out. I get it. I know I got to structure some of the shit. Might as well just hire your ass. So if I'm saying the Gemini Sun Pisces Moon needs the anchor, then, which I could say, in my opinion, a fixed sign would be good. If it's a Gemini Sun, the closest Earth signs would be better than the farthest one. So for Gemini, Taurus would be the best Earth sign anchor because it's the neighbor sign. So we already have a familiarity with each other. And then Virgo would be next. Capricorn would be the farthest. Capricorn might be the one. Gemini is, I ain't fucking with that Cap. They doing too much. They doing too much. Gemini and Virgo square each other, but they share Mercury. They both have rulership over Mercury, so that's where they get along. They could keep each other mentally stimulated. Yeah, Virgo's gonna feel like at times, uh, Virgo might feel like at times that Gemini is a little bit too much in the air. It's like, damn, this is all right. These are a lot of ideas. Let's bring some of them down. But the Mercury could keep each other going though. So, boo, damn, I just do so much motherfucking. What's the point of me making motherfucking notes or the side talking? I be motherfucking doing. So, boo, if I'm saying these signs need an anchor, we might need an anchor under this influence going into the weekend. All right. It's very likely that it's hard to find some stability or to feel mentally, emotionally centered around this time because it's too much ideas, thoughts, perspectives, details about one feeling, one emotion, one emotional circumstance right now. So it's good to jump into these energies in order to dissect things when it comes into relationship circumstances. You know, when it comes into anything dealing with crafting, art, creativity, or decisions to make around these things, it's a great weekend to take your time processing that. But it's very easy to make concrete decisions based off of wavering thoughts and emotions right now. All right. This is not even the time. I wouldn't even trust what other motherfuckers is saying right now. A Gemini, Sun, Pisces, Moon can make shit sound real good right now. I mean, in general, not just artistically, they could be charming and charismatic with their communication too. Because remember, Pisces don't be sometimes the best communicator from a point of view from being able to articulate themselves at times. But when they got that Mercury now, you got somebody got the ability to connect with people subconsciously, understanding intuitively as a Pisces, but now could articulate themselves a bit better, ask better questions to self, ask self questions for other people, which are self questions for them to look in the mirror better, know how to articulate things in words better. You merge a little bit of logic with their ability to relate to others. Then now you got somebody that, they can read you on all levels. Could read your subconscious on a deep level, just hearing the way you communicate. A lot of water, people with a lot of water and air in general could have, this type of feel dealing with others. Literally started getting super emotional today and checked out the chart and saw Moon had just Saturn. And okay, that's the next thing I'm pretty much getting into with the Moon being in Pisces. But before I even get into that, just mutable signs. Y'all got to, this is one of them weekends during Gemini season. You got to just hold it down a little bit. Preferably Virgos and Sag. Okay. So any form of critique, any form of, intense opinions on anything in your life that's coming from loved ones, there's maybe coming in the work field, higher ups, whatever it is, you gotta take that shit. Be in the present hearing that shit. Don't try to carry it too much into Saturday, Sunday. Let yourself feel it out, process it. Anything that feels too sticky, too heavy right now, fix mutable signs. Don't let it get the best of you. Now, the Moon is in Pisces and it spent the day conjunct Saturn for the most part. All right. So this is why there was an extra tone of having to structure things up today, stabilize things a bit more today, whatever house you guys have Pisces in. You might have felt we've been feeling the influence of Saturn in this house for some months now, but with the Moon, every time the Moon touches something, now we have way more of an emotional feel on it. Now we're way more sensitive to any type of theme or energy with that planet. So the Moon by Saturn, some of y'all is way more sensitive with things at work today. Could have been the most simplest shit. Your ass running late or some shit. Saturn already deal with time, so now you already feel out of alignment. You woke up late. They fucked up from the beginning. Woke up late. You can't be waking up late, going again to work late with days that Saturn energy heavy. It just makes shit make you feel less of a motherfucker. Make you feel less of a person out this motherfucker. Like, what am I doing in my life? Like, I can't get to work on time. Like, goddamn. It's my third time this week. So now you're already sensitive towards that shit. But anything, you could be way more sensitive to shit just dealing with working, responsibilities, something that it could have been a little way more sensitive towards, like, say there's something you had to get done with somebody in an hour and you wanted to make sure you got it done with them in an hour because you got something else planned. If y'all had situations like that and it went over the hour, that shit might have had you superheated today. Because we way more connected towards Saturn energy. We way more responsive towards Saturn energy today. Some people may have intensely cut a person, place, or thing off today. And might know it's not a long-term cutoff. Might know they about to talk to the motherfucker on Monday. But today was like, nah, I'm sorry. It's Friday. I can't do this with you. I got to block you. I'll talk to you on Monday. You're not disturbing my peace this weekend. You might have had that type shit going on. It's Pisces energy. So now we getting into making restrictions for your motherfucking what we've been saying Saturn and Pisces about. Making motherfucking restrictions, placing discipline, being more practical, more steadfast when it comes into boundaries, protecting our emotional well-being, supporting our own, pouring into our own emotional well-being and all that. So a day with the moon touching up on Saturn and Pisces, motherfucker have just more low patience, placing a little boundary on your ass, a little 48-hour block. This is sunlight. Sometimes you got to give a motherfucker a little 24, 40-hour, 72-hour block. Nothing too crazy. You know, just something to settle your ass down real quick. You got to know how to deal with people, man. See? Cannot let motherfuckers in the external get under your internal like a motherfucker. I had me a little Aries chick. I already know how they are, and I already know how I feel dealing with their ass. She got a little hot. I had to tell her ass, like, you know what? It's all good. Like, now you right. You a little hot. She was all intense. I ain't finna get all intense with you. Just go do your thing. I know you an Aries, so I know whatever shit you just got off, I know you just had to release that. I notice about you. So I'm gonna let you do your thing. Get your shit off. And I do my thing. And the ass come back around. The ass come back around. But if you thinking too deep into shit, you ain't know there was an Aries, you would have made that more extreme. If you wasn't realizing the Aries, Sun, Moon, Rising, Venus, and Aries got their little blow up moments, and that's all it is. Like, you just need to understand that's all it is. They not finna carry that into tomorrow. Then if you know that, then you deal with it better. Like, all right, when you get your shit off, I'll let you later. And then when Shorty came back, it was all gravy, and that's what it is. Know who you dealing with. And I used to, a couple of years ago, I would say, I can't deal with Aries. I can't deal with a Leo. I can't deal with somebody with this placement. Nah, I know how to deal with every one of you. That's what it is. Gotta know how to deal with it. You feel me? There's times y'all have had conversations with somebody that you were in a relationship with, probably had a turbulent ending, have a conversation with them some years removed from that shit. They start expressing some shit like, yo, I realized I was this, that, and the third, or I did this, that, and the third to trigger you, this, that, and this motherfucker realizing they wasn't patient with the Taurus. This motherfucker realizing they were too nosy with the Sagittarius. You were being too structured and too practical and too formatted and patterned with the Leo. The Leo was able to predict every single thing y'all was gonna do, how y'all was gonna have sex, how y'all where you gonna take them to eat, what is this, that, and the third. Like, damn. You took the Pisces too fucking serious. You being too serious with the Pisces. Can't be too serious with a Pisces. You crazy? Can't be too serious with a Pisces. Go listen. If you got too much serious energy, if you too motherfucking uptight, if you too condensed into reality like a motherfucker, you can't date no motherfucking Pisces Sun Moon Rising. They don't be remembering everything that be going on the fuck in their life. So how annoying is that gonna be to date a motherfucker that's on top of every motherfucking thing? Dating the Pisces, you gotta be a little loose. You got to be a little loose. All right? Because they will lose your ass. They will lose your ass if your ass is too serious. You gotta know who you dealing with, man. Let them get their shit off, and they'll come back. You gotta learn how to let they sometimes get their shit off. Sometimes that's all. That's all. The other night I was on the phone with my mom for 3 hours. I was tired as fuck. was on the phone with my mom for 3 hours from like just from midnight to 2 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. I had to be up in the morning. I had shit to do. Mama, I'm a Gemini. I know what the fuck is going on. She just got to get her shit off real quick. And I was the nigga that she had to get her shit off on at the moment. I wasn't going to block her shine. I know you had everything you just said could have been received by anybody. It could have been received by her husband. It could have been received by my brother, by her coworker. I just happened to be the target that got caught up in the 3-hour Gemini conversation. So I got to be a true loved one and let my mom get her shit off. Because there might be a day I do some extra Libra shit and she got to let me get my shit off. That's how life worked, y'all. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. Life is about trade-offs. No bullshit. Life is about trade-offs. Some of y'all relationships is upside down because you ain't trying to trade off a motherfucking thing. Use the most ran down pawn shop I've ever seen. Like I can't trade shit with your ass. Everything I try to come in your shit and trade. Look, I got some love. What you got? I ain't got shit. I got some communication. What you got? I don't really do all that. I got some head. Can I get a little bit? I don't know. No, you could give me some. I'm good. Where's the trade-off in this motherfucker? Ain't no trade-off. Man. I know who y'all dealing with, man. We got to talk. You got to keep a lot of relationship energy in the air right now. We are in a space where we could download a whole lot when it comes to relationships right now. So you got to keep that shit in the air. So by the time you get to Cancer season, you ain't too much in your motherfucking feelings and emotions of our relationships because you got a little bit more sense about how they work. Some people just learned that. For real, what's the trade-off? What's that? What that mean? I got to give something to the motherfucker too? Yeah, that's what it means. Oh shit! I just thought if they liked my ass, that's some of y'all right now. You just learned something today. I thought when somebody just liked me, they just do whatever for me. Anybody tell me about I got to do shit for them? Anybody tell me I got to trade some shit? Trade what? This is my life. It's my money. This is my privacy. This is my mental privacy, emotional privacy. Motherfuckers start making up phrases and shit. This is my mental, emotional privacy. I don't want to give that shit off. Niggas don't want to give nothing to relationships. God damn. This is dating in 2023. No bullshit. You want to play around, they want to be serious. You want to be serious, they want to play around. Everybody backwards today. Angel Aquarius and shook everything the fuck up. So we're going to utilize motherfucking Sun in Gemini to get some of this shit together. All right? Now listen. That's why we was dealing with some of them influences with Moon conjunct Saturn, Sirius had ass. Hopefully you guys were serious in the right places today. All right? If you gave somebody a good 24, 48 hour, 72-hour block today, I feel you. Shout outs to you, did the right motherfucking thing. And we got to continue to learn how to do that in different environments and in different places, in different situations as we progress. All right? Because there's something I want to talk about when it comes into generational transits right now. We got a lot of different things going on with generational transits right now. When we got a lot of different things going on with the generational transits, that shows us what the fuck we dealing with in this generation. That shows us the shit that's going on today. We be able to point out the shit that's going to be happening, be spoken about in the history books a little bit more. All right? It's been a very interesting past couple of weeks, let alone 2023. So I just want to make sure we find ways to see how the generational alignments have to do with these things going on in society today. So boom. All right. It's likely that mutable signs can feel mixed thoughts and feelings. Hard to feel a little centered right now, right? We spoke about that, right? Getting centered may feel like a real task right now for my mutable signs. Okay. Now, one more thing with this theme to keep in mind is going to come. A lot of it's going to be pushed into situations. You got to relate yourself in a transparent manner. If you ain't going to have a real genuine connection or talk or serious talk with somebody about something, if you can't be fully transparent about it, God may fuck with you in that situation a little bit because this ain't the time for that. Come as who you are. Let your feelings and emotions. There's a sense of selfless energy that comes with Pisces energy. There's a sense of selfless energy that comes with Pisces energy. So, learn how to get shit off your heart and learn that, like, I don't know. I did my best to articulate it. I did my best to make sure the person could receive it, but that was something I couldn't keep within me. All right. And I respect and care about this person and know that that's something they needed to hear. All right. So realizations about lack of boundaries and open heartedness. I kind of spoke about that through the examples of Moon conjunct Saturn in a way, right? No understand catching realizations, downloads of where the boundaries are supposed to be placed right now. Sensitive towards relationship activity in general, including anything with creativity in general, anything dealing with creativity. You may have a strong surge with it. You're a fashion designer. You make music. You're into some. You got control over some creative department in your job, in your industry, or whatnot. It could be a little these couple of days, a little, it could be strong surges of creativity, but at the same time, you could overthink yourself out of things that are working smoothly. If it feel right, it look right, is right. All right. Um, Mercury's also harmonizing with Neptune's ass. Okay, so that just intensifies everything we're talking about when it comes into the strong Pisces energy in the air. All right, when it comes into the access, if Mercury's connecting to something, if Mercury's harmonizing with something right now, it's easier to mentally process it at the moment. It's easier to find solutions and resolve. Mercury's solution based. All right, so if Mercury's harmonizing with motherfucking Neptune, it might be something in the house you have, whatever house you have Pisces in. Whatever house you have Pisces in, this the weekend you might find some shit in there that needs some healing. Like you might realize how to heal the motherfucker. That's the thing. Sometimes we know we need some healing from something. Sometimes we know there's a department of our subconscious that needs some attention. We don't know how to give that motherfucker attention. We don't know what person, place, or thing we need to cut off for this motherfucker to breathe a little bit. Oh, you gonna find that realization with Mercury harmonizing with Neptune during a moon through Pisces transit. You gonna find that. You're gonna find that. It's up to you to acknowledge it, right? You ever met somebody got problems, you give them answer, you give a solution, they don't want it, they don't want that shit. Yo, as humans, we mad backwards. You ever seen that shit? This is now I don't want to go too much into side talk, but this is now bringing me back to knowing who you dealing with, knowing what sign you dealing with. All right. You ever met a Cancer? You trying to give a Cancer a motherfucking solution for something they don't give a fuck? You ever met a Scorpio and they mad, they heated about some shit? You trying to tell them how they could deal with this shit? They don't want to hear that shit. Some motherfuckers want to stay in that shit sometimes. They want to feel that shit out. It's just should be funny as hell sometimes. Water sign, I be getting water signs for that shit sometimes. It just don't be the water signs though. Like it just don't be the water signs though. So hey man, we be dead telling God, hold on with the answer. Like, God, I know I need an answer right now, but it would have been better you gave me this shit on Monday. I was gonna spend my weekend crying my eyes out to motherfucking Drew Hill or some shit. I don't know. I never make a promise that I can keep telling me. That's my shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's my shit. That's my shit. That's my shit right there. That's a song I fuck around, build a bond with a girl. Start playing that shit around. Be like, remember that used to be our song. That's one of them shits. Only certain songs deserve that title. That one song you think of and make you think of a motherfucker. That's one of them Johns right there. I gave you what you want, know what you need. See, a lot of you Saturn and Aries don't even know nothing about that right there. All right, I'm old enough to start. I turned 30 this year. I'm about to be old enough to start stunting on some young motherfuckers now. You 21, you don't know nothing about no Drew Hill. The fuck you listen to? Coi Leray and some shit? You 21. You got Saturn and Aries. You don't know shit. You got Saturn and Taurus. Go fix a computer or some shit. That's what y'all little niggas do, right? Go fucking build 3 iPads at recess or some shit. You little intelligent, smart, don't know how to function with real human interaction, little head ass, intelligent, motherfucking starseed baby. But listen, y'all, I'm gonna start stunting on these little young Saturn generations out here, man. That's the problem. That's the problem with our community. The elders ain't doing what the fuck they gotta do. So if you part of my generation, elders, y'all been letting us down a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. So my generation, my Saturn and Aquariuses, Saturn and Pisces, shout out to Saturn and Pisces. We taking a lot of bearings from y'all not holding shit down. So now we gotta be a little bit harder on Saturn, motherfucking Gemini's, Saturn and Gemini's and shit growing up. Now we gotta be a little harder on their ass because they're gonna think shit sweet. He's like, no, it's not sweet. Our elders were supposed to let us know it wasn't sweet, and then society let us know it wasn't sweet. Their generation let them know it wasn't sweet. Their generation let them know it wasn't sweet. Goddamn. I never heard my parents talk about how shit was sweet. I let the world let me know this first. All right. So shout out to all my youngers in the building. I'm about to be give y'all a little bit more spiritual, tough love out this motherfucker. Now, anyways, all right. So Moon in Pisces, Moon conjunct Saturn, Mercury harmonizing with Neptune. Now, so I want to talk about them things. Now, in general, when you get back to confusion, it just may be a confusion in general going on with relationship activity. This is why I said, not you really want to take shit too serious this weekend when it comes to relationships. This is why if you on YouTube right now, this is why Khalees and Bill Murray is the motherfucking shit right now. We don't know what the fuck that's about. We all confused. There's relationship confusion in the air. And that's the poster child for what the fuck. Don't nobody know what's going on in their relationship. You could read 5 articles about them getting together. Ain't none of them shit's gonna make sense. All I know, her milkshake ain't no motherfucking milkshake no more. That motherfucker been dripping on the floor. Shit warm as hell. Cherry on the motherfucking milkshake. Got mold like a motherfucker on that shit. Shit look like a motherfucking I ain't know it shit look like like a different fruit now. Shit like a grape, like a motherfucker. I ain't never seen no grape in no milkshake. So that's what's going on. That's what's going on. Relationship confusion, yo, what the fuck going on? And Bill Murray and Khalees being together, that's just letting you know, don't take this weekend too serious with anything with your husband, your wife, your baby moms, your girlfriend, your crush. If they on some bullshit, there ain't nothing with relationship makes sense this weekend. All right. Oh shit. And the funny part about it, this is a great segue moving in to where Mars and Venus is at. Mars and Venus is a motherfucking thing right now, guys. Y'all laughing. I'm trying to be serious. Like, I hate when I gotta use a joke to convey something so sometimes a joke just gets to the point. I don't gotta do the extra explanation. So I just had to bring that up. Y'all know exactly. Okay, that's what that means. That's what this means. Sun and Gemini moon, Bill Murray. I get it. I'm gonna give my husband some grace this weekend, Boro. I'm gonna give my girl some grace this weekend. I knew it was something going on. And the funny thing about that shit is, this blessed they just cool. Mars and Venus is in Leo. Let me tell you something about that. When you think about intimate relationships, romantic relationships, because obviously you got relationships also of all sorts. Some relationships is a Saturn relationship. That's all this is. This is business related. Every time this person called my phone, I know it's a play. I know it's a new lick. We don't club together. We ain't ever hang with girls together. It's a Saturn relationship. But this still bro though, but this straight Saturn when he called. Some of y'all got Mars relationships. All right? Got a Mars relationship with somebody. It's a lifelong motherfucking op. Somebody your ass ain't ever liked since elementary school, but it's just a lifelong op. You ever play a video game and it's in story mode? And you got the enemy from day one, or you watching a show where somebody growing up is the number one motherfucking op, antagonizer, or whatnot. I'm forgetting the terminology for the hero and whatever, but we got those in real life. Some of y'all got a lifelong op. Might be a family member. Might be a neighbor. Your ass can't move though. So it's just that op still there. So shit. Some relationships is Mars relationships. That's a negative Mars relationship. That's somebody's just enemies. When they around you in the same club, same spot, you got to keep an eye on them. You got to be a little stealthy. You can't party too much. You can't get too much into party mode. Mars gonna snap out that shit like, hold on, I just gotta make sure I'm on point. Can't be Dougieing too much. This nigga might go upside my head. I gotta make sure where they at. You can't get your ass knocked out over the Dougie. Can't go down like that. Mars too on point, shit like that. Or you got Mars relationship on a positive end. Somebody you work with, build with. You got a trainer. You got a fucking physical trainer. That's damn near a Mars relationship out that motherfucker. Is they motivating you, helping you transform, helping stimulate your passion, your drive, where you're directing your drive. That's Mars energy. That's like a Mars-Saturn relationship because you got to pay their ass for that, right? So shit. Some of y'all got Venus relationships. It ain't nothing. It ain't no. It's straight Venus. Sometimes that's not good when the relationship's straight Venus. Sometimes you need Mercury in there. You need Saturn in the relationship. Sometimes you need a retrograde in that motherfucker. Some of y'all just straight Venus relationships, and that them don't be ending good. They some of the best experiences, I tell you that. When we look at how it affects the reality of our life, sometimes we leave those straight Venus relationships. Protagonists, thank you. Sometimes we leave that motherfucking relationship with you leave them straight Venus relationships lost at times. Because you got too deep into intimacy with somebody with no bond. It was just fleshly intimacy. That don't even make sense. But listen, it was just straight Venus. It was just straight pleasure. There's none of this connecting up here for real. None of this really connecting up here is lower chakras connection. Just boom. Listen, you feel deprived getting out of those because they never end when you want them to end, and there's never no proper way to end them. Somebody always get fucked in them situations. Oh man. So you need to have some balance. Shout out to Scorpio Sun Goddess. Gotta have some balance. All right. So when we jump into talking about Mars and Venus and motherfucking Leo, those are two of the most prominent energies when they come into an intimate romantic relationship. Mars, our passion. All right. Mars is more of a Mars. I never really say Mars is strictly something the women need to look at when it comes into men, and Venus is something that men need to look at when it comes into women, because they have both of their ways playing out with us in both ways. But because Venus is more feminine, because Mars is more masculine, it's going to correlate more to masculine energy. Venus is going to correlate more to feminine energy. All right. So but it do play out. I mean, it's clear as day. It's clear as day. All right. You can see how Venus, even though they're really brother and sister, but from an intimate way, you can see how they have their relatability in a way. All right. When you're just describing both counterparts, or when you describe what may the traits of what may turn both counterparts on. So masculine energy, real masculine energy, should naturally be pleased and find Venus type energy appealing, which would be relatable energy, cooperative energy, steady energy, understanding energy, giving energy, sensitive energy, right? These are Venus-like traits. Okay, so a masculine energy could naturally be fond of those type energies. Vice versa. If you look at a woman, look at the traits of Mars: drive, passion, ambition, intention, right? Intention. That's the big one when it comes into a woman. If a woman's dealing with a guy with no intention, it may be one thing if she don't agree of where his intention is at, but no intention, that's a whole nother thing right there. Damn. There's a lot of brothers. It ain't easy being a masculine, being in a masculine vessel in this motherfucking feminine world. I'll tell you that now. Man got to work hard. And a real man know how to get things done and don't need credit. That's a real man. You get things done because you here to get things motherfucking done and stabilize things. You don't need credit for that shit. You have to learn how to embrace these type of characteristics as being a man, right? But hey man, no intention. Like a woman could keep her heart in a nigga struggling, and that is even dying in today. That concept is even dying today. Watching a nigga go through some shit, a woman thugging that out with this nigga. A woman might love a nigga, really have some type of connection with a nigga in some type of way, but she wants something at a certain type of time. He can't provide it. He's still focused on this, that, and the third. Sometimes that can make a bond fall out a little bit or have to come back a little bit later, depending on conditioning in today's society. All right. But hey, man, I ain't mad at no motherfucking woman that ghost a nigga that got no intention. Okay, y'all don't agree. He wants to do this, that, and the third with his life, this, that, and the third. You feel me? You feel like he should be doing this, that, and the third. But at the end of the day, hey man, everybody individual, and at least he working towards something, or at least he's putting you in a position where he could prove, like, yeah, I told you I know what the fuck I was doing. Look, you good, right? I'm straight, right? She could be like, all right, because you can't blame a woman for her natural feminine nature to be concerned about a man's stability. And that's the thing. All right. This is where shit began a little fucked up today when we talk about all these panels, when we get into relationship talk, because I think there just needs to be more understanding about the nature of each other. I see a lot of men complaining about things that are never going to change with women. I don't know why you're trying to get women to change these things. Why are you mad because a woman is seeking stability in a nigga? If you have a daughter, do you want her being around a nigga with no motherfucking intention of stability? Right? So that has to be some type of concern. Let's not it can be an issue when it's too extreme and that blinds any form of value a man could provide. But don't be out here saying, oh, women are this, that, and the third. They only want this, that. Hey, that's their motherfucking nature. That's their motherfucking nature. If that's what the fuck they majority of women seek in a man, want in a man, and the men that have that are gonna be able to thrive a little bit more in relationships. That's just how the jungle works. People don't want to accept how the jungle in the animal kingdom works. They don't want to accept it. So hey, man, you gotta let's stop trying to change each other's nature and understand each other's nature. All right. I use the masculine energy, not truly understanding the feminine energy, and I could pull up more examples of both. How feminine energy gets, construes a lot of things that should be easily understood about men that could help your relationships thrive. Probably could help your past relationships thrive. All right. So let's just leave that at that. So Mars and Venus is in Leo, and Khalees is a fucking Leo, and Khalees got Venus and Leo. So for one, Mars and Venus, your passion and your value, energies that are both sensitive. They're both sensitive. Just because Mars is all motherfucking combative and shit and motherfucker lift weights, that motherfucker sensitive as hell. All right. A lot of motherfuckers that fight all the time, beat people ass all the time, sensitive as hell. You look at Debo. Look at Debo. Motherfuckers are scared to say something to him because they don't know how you're gonna react. That's called sensitivity. That ain't called so much about being so much strong. No, you sensitive about some shit. You ready to whoop everybody ass. Nigga, I was about to ask you how your day going, Debo. I can't even ask you how your day going. I can't even. That's so Aries. That's a great example right there. Aries, you sensitive as hell. And a lot of them gonna say that's not true. A lot of them that know self is gonna be like, yeah, I know that shit. It's all right, you got a point. So what? But they're gonna end it like, so what though? What? Always that shit at the end. Okay, I'm sensitive. And what? What that mean? What that mean? Still beat your ass, bro. Don't get it twisted. All right. But hey, you got too much energy in one side when it comes to feeling emotions and love and passion. When Mars and Venus is always in the same sign, it could just always be extreme moments when it comes into anything that sign is emotionally connected to. So right now, a lot of people are jumping into center stage positions and not giving a fuck about how they're seen because they probably love something or they're that emotionally charged up by something or someone right now with Mars and Venus right now. Khalees, this is her Venus return. She don't give a fuck about what we talking about right now. She don't care about she getting her shit off with my son Bill. My son Bill getting his shit off. Fuck it. Shit. Fuck it. Let them be happy. Do what they do. Like it is what it is. But it's just funny as hell because she really isn't her Venus return. It's really it shit look funny. That shit might have been they might have been known each other. They might have been known each other on some shit, and it's some they just happen to be around each other and shit sparked some shit. Shit might be genuine. I ain't gonna lie. Bill Murray do look like he on his way to the next realm. So that's the crazy part about it. God, I hope that wasn't a bad joke. You know I have a good heart. Sorry. It's a sticky thing when you mix the eighth house into your jokes. This is a sticky thing. So all my eighth house Scorpio placements, I like shit like that. Some other placements too sensitive. Shit like, come on, Boro, you going? All right now, Boro. All right now. All right, what? We all thinking the same thing. Y'all just mad because I said the shit. All right, Libras, the air signs. We take a lot of slack for saying shit. Y'all, we all know we thinking the same shit in this motherfucker. That nigga over. I seen a pic of that nigga. That nigga looking like a Rothschild, like a motherfucker, looking like a Rockefeller. Like a nigga look like he on his eighth heart. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, damn, Khalees. Oh my god. I don't know why I cracked myself up like this. Like I can't help it. Like I'm sorry. Like she a wild girl for that one. But hey, man, Leos don't give a fuck. Leos don't care. She probably like this shit. Leos like attention. That is good publicity. Good publicity. All type of publicity is good publicity for their ass. She might drop the remix to Milkshake this weekend. She might capitalize off this shit. You feel me? Might have all her ex niggas on the remix. Nas gonna have a verse on that shit. All right, yeah. But no, but this is why with Mars and Venus and Leo, this is why you're gonna see people act out and not like people are gonna have releases right now during this period while Mars and Venus are both in Leo, and they're not gonna really care about how they're being seen. Like a lot of make scene like situations are gonna be the potential for that is very strong right now. So you need to know what house you have a Leo in, because somebody or something in that house may bring you on the stage with them. Okay, I got Leo in the seventh house, so people in general, relationships in general, that area is just a lot going on. So the house you have Mars and Venus in right now, you're pushing a lot of energy out in there. You're liable for people to push out a lot of their energy on you right now. Project what Mars and Venus is dealing with straight feelings and emotions. So y'all make sure y'all got your visors on, little spiritual, emotional visors on. You feel me? Because there's gonna be a lot of projection in that place, and motherfuckers not gonna care how they being seen. Some of y'all in this chat right now, y'all don't give a fuck about scenes when y'all in y'all feelings about some shit. Some of us do. Some of us really like. I want to beat your ass, but not here. I can't do it here. I can't do it here. It's too much people here. Or this. I'm trying to get this internship and that advisor right there. But when we get back uptown and get off the train, I'm beat your ass. I'm dragging your ass through the whole projects. So, some of y'all don't care about that. Aries, Cancer will still drag you and fuck the internship opportunity up. Fuck it. But sometimes them placements, sometimes they are so powerful, that shit didn't even matter. Just fuck around working in their favor. Like I ain't gonna lie, we need niggas like you in the company. Fuck the internship, you got the job. I swear, niggas here, they smart, but we need some grit. You got that grit. You got that grit, Cancer, Aries. Needed a backbone in this company because I can't fight. I could hire a motherfucker like I can't fight. All right, Leo in the first house. Yo ass. Let's browse through it real quick. Let's go through them right real quick. The Leo risings. Yo ass. You need to know where your energy is going right now, Leo rising. All right, I'm gonna have to roll another one for this one, just in case this ends up being a little longer than I want it to be. I'm roll and talk, y'all. Roll and talk. Multitasking. Gemini season. Multitasking. You gotta learn how to do 2-3 things. I can't even talk. You gotta learn how to do 2-3 things at a time right now. If you doing one, you moving too slow. Pick it up. Gemini season. Pick it up, y'all. Why y'all just watching me right now? Put 2 other astrologers on. You need to suck all. You need to get the word all at once. You may not really understand it, but trust me, by the time your ass go to sleep, it might come together in the dream realm or some shit. You gonna piece it together. Y'all intuitive like that. All right. Do something. Get some chores going in the house. If you're listening to me and watching me, you're doing too much. Pick one. Put an AirPod in and start mopping or some shit. It's Gemini season. Focus on one. You out of alignment. Focusing on one thing. You one thing. Concentrate. You trying to what? Like you trying to disregard everything else in the world. Like you trying to be super focused, super manifest something. Like what you trying to prove? What you trying to prove? Well, okay, I get it. When you focus on something, yeah, you focus on one thing hard. Yeah, I get it. It's gonna grow. I get it. But listen, you gotta adapt to the times. All right, it's 2023. That's old. That's old manifestation shit. We've been upgraded shit since 2012. All right. You gotta learn how to multitask like a motherfucker and still manifest what the fuck you trying to manifest out this motherfucker. All right. Okay. Dawn, I love you. Dawn, I love you. Wait, I gotta read the Dawn, I love you for the cash app. Appreciate you for multitasking. I appreciate it. All right. So, all right, let me just break down a little bit more dynamics about Mars and Venus being in the same sign before I really get into it. First of all, just if Mars is in the sign, we all know that house now is more intense, is more competitive. Because that house becomes more competitive. Leo's already competitive energy. So Mars just made this house more competitive than what it already is. That Leo area of your life invites competition in the most non-desired. I didn't desire no competition, no confrontation. Niggas always gonna want to dance battle you in that house or something. Outperform you in that house in some type of shape or form. Somebody may want to be seen more. You get natural light in that house. You meet somebody that wants to always get that spotlight, and you're like, yo, this is I have Leo in the 5th house, like, or I have Leo in the 7th house. I have Leo in the 2nd house. I get natural attention here. Don't be mad because I get natural attention here. You making it seem like I'm in your way from being great. So you can manifest that type of energy, aka if you have a lot of Leo placements in general, especially if you got Mars in Leo. Make sure you're not falling too much into that energy if you have Mars in Leo. Trying to somebody else getting natural shine and you act like they in competition with you. That's their natural shine. Mars and Leo, get your ass on and put all that damn durability you got towards your creative essence. Your ass could work on an album 3 weeks straight and not sleep, but you mad at somebody else shine. How that makes sense, Mars and Leo? How does that make sense? You got one of the strongest or the most durable physical bodies. If you got Mars and Leo, you most likely have traits of having your physical vessel in some type of shape or form is just durable in certain senses than others. So if you was an athlete, if you're a trainer or something, you can take hits probably a little bit better. You boxer, you take hits better than others. You got placement like that. Mars and Leo. And then so that house is just turned up with more intensity. So you have to understand while Mars is transiting a house that you're making sure the surge of passion you're getting in that house ain't going in the wrong place because it got to go somewhere. That passion got to go somewhere. If it don't go somewhere, it's going to still turn into an issue because Mars got to release that shit. Some of y'all got Mars in creative houses right now. Put some time and energy into that shit. There's something in your imagination trying to bring that shit down into reality. Mars transiting the first house, a fire house, 12th house. Like Mars is gonna want to be. Mars wants to get hands on and work on things. Other planets float in different ways. Mars don't go in the house just to observe. Mars want to get active. Mercury could go in the house and observe, right? Mercury could do that. So that's, you gotta understand that off rip by default. Now you got Mars and Leo. Your mismanagement of your passion or anger can affect your reputation or how you're seen right now. Your mismanagement of anger in situations or impulsive energies can be seen a little bit more than others. Whenever planets are transiting Leo, things can be seen a little bit more than usual. All right. So people's drive can be seen a little bit more than usual. A coach right now or a manager, somebody running a team, hiring others, it's easier to see people's drives right now. Who's more intentional about this team or this business to grow or this, that, and third. You can see that. You can see people's effort being displayed a little bit better right now with Mars being in Venus. See people's intentions displayed by their actions a little bit better with Mars in Leo. But yes, it can be an impatient type of energy. All right. Now, so you could balance out the positives and negatives of the placement. Mars could bring impatience to wherever it's at. Leo's kind of a want to get it now, if I want it now type of person. So y'all may have to make sure that you are steady in the house that this is in. Because it may not be if this is the house you have Leo in right now, if there's really no sense of logic or practicality or steadiness or patience being influenced in this area right now, for real, for real. Unless you already naturally have a planet in this house, right? You got a planet in this house that could aid you a little bit better, help you plan a little bit better, then you'll probably have more, you'll be a little bit more centered directing your feelings and emotions in that house. But nonetheless, it's going to create a lot of situations where there has to be some type of release. Some people right now could be throwing tantrums because they're passionate about connection. You're passionate about connection, and the connection ain't going in the way you want it to go. So now you throwing tantrums in that way. Hitting somebody with I just want to love you. You're making this shit hard. I've been hiking for so I ain't cussing nobody out. Listen. Yeah, Mars and Aries, Nicole the Empress. LBski in the building. Listen, I'm seeing names, but I'm just chatting. I see y'all in the building though. What's going on, LBski? So, all right. So, okay, I'm at a point I could go through the houses now. And then Venus. Let me get to Venus a little bit. Then Venus and motherfucking Leo. Shit. People are gonna want to ladies. This one a little bit directed to the ladies a little bit more right now. Look, whereas Venus is in Leo right now. Venus and Leo be wanting to display who the fuck they with. Don't be having that fuck some shit up right now. You OD to post some shit with somebody shit going good. Shit going good. You OD and telling the nigga come meet your family a little bit too fast. You trying to like pace the show and the nigga off right now. That might fuck some shit up right now, ladies. I get it. You're like, I got you. I get it. Like, I get it. We passionate about love right now. We're expressive about it. We're expressive about the motherfucker. All right. Sometimes a nigga might not be ready for that spotlight that quick. Okay. B Moon Goddess. Aisha, I miss y'all too. I miss y'all more. I miss y'all more. Shit. But that's just a little, be easy with that, ladies. All right, be easy. Be easy. It's the energy. The energy gonna create the opportunity. You want motherfuckers to see you with that motherfucker? Don't worry. Don't worry. Mars gonna move a little slow through this motherfucker. Venus just got in there. It's gonna happen by default. It's gonna happen by default. Trust me. Okay. I'm telling ya. If you got Mars, all of this gets directed towards love and relationships because Venus just got in the mix. So Mars and Leo could have been strictly just all about putting energy into creative endeavors, into things that we're giving life to, or simply, more of a drive and more durability in the house that you have Leo in general, right? Whether it's an earth house, whether it's a fire house, you're dealing with creative energies in there already, or there's an air house, you're managing relationships in that house already, right? It just added more a drive for you to do that. But when now that Venus just got in this motherfucker, you have to watch how your passion with love. Like sometimes you gotta manage that shit. All right. Some of us don't know nothing but passionate relationships. Some of us think that's good. Some of us ain't been in a relationship yet that motherfucker steady for a month. We start thinking that's the problem. Like, you know, I think you on the phone with your girlfriend, like, I don't think this, I thought he was the one. Like, what happened, girl? Everything, y'all look so good together. He got a career. He a good man. That's how y'all be talking to each other. He a good man. You can ask him for some. Girl, you can ask him for some. You can't ask no. ladies, the lucky Libra know how you scout us. I know how them conversations sound. Listen, you need to put that shit to the side. That man got a good job. That man got a lot going for himself. Was you able to ask Tyrone for some? You couldn't, but Tyrone asked you for some, huh? But Tyrone asked your ass for some, huh? Right? It's a good man. You can ask him for some. Yo, ladies, if you can't ask that nigga for none right now, stop fucking with that nigga. That's on my mama. If you can't ask that nigga for some, I don't know. It's some real nigga shit. It don't gotta be money. I said ask a nigga for some. Cause some niggas ain't got nothing to give. Like, you can't, we ain't talking about money. Some niggas ain't got, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. Like, it might be a sad realization in here right now. You realizing that it don't even matter what you ask the nigga for right now. The nigga ain't got it. Like, you already know the money, he ain't got it. But you just know, like, if I ask for this, like, I know he gonna say no. That's not a good man. That's not a good man, girl. Hey, yo. Nah, I'm gonna have to start telling the bros that, yo, bro, you not a real nigga. You ain't give her nothing. Ain't give her nothing. If you can't, that's what a good man do. If you're a good man, they can ask you for something. You can ask me for something. All right, so shit. Speaking of asking for something, that actually still blends in with Leo, because Leo is a giving ass, is one of the most underrated giving planets. I mean signs. We give that to, like, yeah, I can't even see right. We give that to what's, but a lot of these guys will tell you otherwise. They don't even have a response to, right? They don't have a response to give. You might not get the text back. Tell a nigga to come over. Oh, that the nigga got something to give, all right. Nigga got something to give. Shit, I give your ass up. But you asked, I ain't coming to this for you to get. You asked for other shit, like real things in life that is like for real. Nah, you do it too much. You do it too much. All right. So listen, man. I only give women advice, the same advice I get to my daughter. A nigga might come on and say right now I'm pandering, but y'all know me. I know I'm too real of a nigga to pander. Y'all know me. I be calling them niggas out. But this the advice I get to. That's how I started simplifying a whole bunch of shit with. That's how I really started simplifying, because this generation will confuse you, y'all. This is part of why we got to keep the community strong. It's easy to have relationship ideals very distorted in the times we're in. We've never been in a time where society and civilization has had the ability to project their ideals or what they think about relationships that much. You got to keep that shit in mind. All jokes aside, yeah, back in the 80s, 70s, 90s, you might have talk shows, motherfucker going talk. Nigga, now every motherfucker, 21-year-old could get their heart broken and go on YouTube right now and start talking about their perspective on relationships. Anybody can. Everybody got their own ideals. There's so much different examples for we're grown. We're grown, so we're not thinking about it the way we're thinking about it. But imagine how much perspectives of relationships the youth are growing up looking at. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Right now, you got some kids in middle school or high school right now, and you're hearing so much ages of people talk about different perspectives about relationships, this, that, and the third. So that could be a little confusing. That might be a little bit more confusing on the youth than we might even really know right now. You know? So but hey guys, that's how you simplify shit. Ladies, you got a son, you want to have a son? Treat that nigga how you want a woman to treat your son. Simple. That makes a lot of things simple. That makes it a lot simple. You won't miss a step. You won't miss a step, huh? When you think about the woman you want your child, your unborn child to one day have, if he's a boy, wouldn't you want it? Then why can't the guy you with get that same treatment? Right? As a man, I feel like I'm living more of a righteous life treating a woman I'm dealing with the way I would want a man to treat my mother. The way I do see a man treat my mother today. The way I want a man to treat my niece. She's young and I don't play that shit, and I'm already planting seeds in her head. But she's not that expressive, so it'd be hard. It'd be hard to know what the fuck going on. So that's why I know I'm already getting a little taste of how I be like a father. I'm gonna have to chill the fuck out. I'm gonna have to chill the fuck out. You fuck around, motherfucker be in art class 3rd grade and shit. Motherfuckers ain't even doing nothing in 3rd grade. My ass in the window coming up, window like this. My ass in the window. It's my black ass. It's lunchtime. He's our 3rd grade. I'm like, no, I'm just saying that nigga is arts and craft, but that nigga painting a little too close. I know it's a group project. That nigga looking a little too happy with that paint. I remember when I was in 3rd grade. I remember how excited paint made me. All right. So shit, we got to be the examples, y'all. This is kind of reiterating what I was talking about. I ain't never take me this long to roll a blunt. I'm kind of reiterating what I was talking about for those who caught the live earlier in the week, just talking about this type of, being able to be the example. There should be nothing that you feel like you can't access, not just being the example of it. A man can have a routine that gets them rich. And now that they're rich, that's just been the normal routine. To other people, they gonna think that's some shit that they just started doing. No, motherfucker, this is what I was doing when I was broke. You just seeing it now. The same routine, it's the same system, it's the same pattern with how I direct my work ethic. The same shit. It's just crystallized into something now. And it's second nature, the routine, the movement, second nature. So be the example, y'all. It's my Friday jump for everybody. All right, now. Shout out to me. I'm the most ghetto astrologer of all time, and I embrace that. I embrace that shit. Now listen, Libra dads are extra. Hey man. I be thinking about what type of parent I'm gonna be all the time. I think about that shit all the time. But I know I'm gonna be a very free parent. I know that. I know how life go. You gonna have your experiences. This is where my spirituality gonna kick in for the better. Like, listen, you want to be dumb, you want to be stupid, I'm giving you wisdom, you want to go ahead and do your own thing. But I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Raising your kid with the knowledge of astrology, I don't know. So it's just I don't know. But not to get too deep into that Blunder's Road, Leo risings. It's time to talk about y'all. It starts with y'all. It starts with y'all. All right, because right now y'all first house is in a frenzy, and the first house is very significant because the first house deals with our personal life path. So there's shifts taking place with your personal life path right now, Leo rising. I've been laughing so much that I feel mad congested. All right. I kind of said I wanted to look at comments a little bit more today. All right. So, not Boro coming back a father. Nah, I don't got no kids. But yeah, Leo in the houses. So Leo in the first house. Um, Once again, y'all, whenever when we looking at things from a transit perspective, we gotta understand that's new energy we're getting access towards, right? You was already doing things in that area, but then as soon as the planets got in there, the higher up said, "Hey guys, new tools, new things you could use." So I personally feel like how you can use energy when it comes into transits is always the first thing to think about when you realize that when you know you got a new planet in the house. That's the first thing you should be thinking about, not how you feel like the planet is going to impact you. That mindset is already a little backwards. That mindset is a little backwards because it's already putting you in a something happening to me state. And don't get me wrong, you are catching an influence. You are catching energy. So in a way, something is happening to you, but I just feel like it's more spiritually empowering to know, all right, this planet's here, how I'm gonna use it. Because you do have the ability to do that. All right. So when you're more aware, certain circumstances, certain things, you're seeing traits of that planet start to take place a little bit in that area. Now you know how to move with that energy a little bit. It's not so much that you're thinking about it like, oh, this is happening for this reason, or I gotta let this rock for this reason. Like, no, I know this is happening because this energy is here, but this is how I personally want to deal with the energy, with the situation. All right. So always put yourself in that mindset first when it comes into transits. I'll always reiterate the fact that everything that's hovering around us, we still have command over it. We still have command over it. We just got to know how to do that. So boom. So you got Mars coming into the first house. You already have to understand Mars is home here, but then you got Venus here that don't like to be here. So you got a planet that feels empowered here, then you got a planet that it struggles here. So there can be ups, and this can be likely for different places because there's the two planets are always going to have different relationships with the house. All right. So that affects also what happens in this house. All right. And when you got Mars getting into the first house, Leo rising, you feel at home. You feel comfortable with anything as far as directing how you want to do things, making personal decisions in your life, right? If you are dealing with any roadblocks, resistance from any type of person, place, or thing, more so that you're personally connected to. Because when it comes into our first house, we really don't give that much of a fuck about what other people that's not in the first house think about it. You're gonna the people in your first house came out of significant relationship houses, if that makes sense. So your fourth house relationships are automatically your first house relationships, right? Family, those is already your personal relationships. Your seventh house relationships, from an intimate romantic perspective, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, that is your personal. That's still part of your personal life, right? So, but I'm just talking about opinions and shit that there's really no tight bond or just that and the third. Mars in the first house, Leo's really not gonna Leo rising. You don't care about none of that shit at all. But just know that with Mars in that house, um, you are going to feel overwhelmed when you feel like you're not putting your energy and time towards aspirations or things you was already working on in the first house. And at the same time, you have to be able to balance, you have to be able to be steady in this house now, because you can try to accomplish a lot in a small time with Mars transit in the first house. Mars in the first house is one of the placements that can have your ass on the go. So you want to be on the go in a good way. Everybody's going to need a little bit more tact and strategy in all of the houses. All right. People that got Leo in the earth house, maybe a little bit more steady with their Leo transit circumstances than people that have them in a house that's already on the go. But So you have to understand, boom, Mars here, it empowers the personality. It empowers this person to go ahead and set intention and be active on the things you want to do personally. Make sure that energy is not wasted. All right. The physical body itself. First house dealing with the physical body. Leo, you are gonna feel more turned up and more energized. You have been, because Mars been in here longer than Venus. You've been feeling more energized. You've been feeling like you can conquer, accomplish more than you can recently, but it's still got to be a sense of pace here. Still got to be a sense of pace. All right. You just don't want to be overwhelmed. It's hard trying to keep Mars energy in a medium. It's hard. So it's like you got to let Mars get right to the extreme and then try to bring it back down. Let Mars get right next to it, but just trying to keep it at that's good. Forget it. Forget it. You gotta let Mars go do his thing. All right. Now, understand, with Mars in the seventh house, that brings ops from the fourth, seventh, and 10th house. So family members, interpersonal relationships, and relationships in the work field, or something you may be trying to work on in the work field, may have to be managed better, because it may affect something you're doing personally with Mars in the first house. Mars has a way of making somebody so dialed in the first house that it can neglect what's not going on in the first house. So just make sure whatever's going on with loved ones, your meaningful relationships and things that you're building in your 10th house, don't lose touch while Mars is in the first house. Mars can have a way of empowering all of these things if you're directing your energy the right way in your personal life. All right. Now, the Venus in this house, what Venus does, it makes this the area where you need to learn how to appreciate a bit more. So this is what happens here. When you have Mars and Venus in the first house, Venus struggles here because she wants to connect, right? So you're going to be in the influence of you're going to be feeling love in the first house. You're going to want love in the first house. You're going to want more love and want to feel the sense of connection, relatability in your personal life. But because it's it's in the first house, Venus is going to value personal perspectives about connection and love a little bit more now than usual. That's the issue with Venus in this house. All right. So you got to make sure your ways of personally trying to navigate love, connection, or cooperating with somebody else. You're not trying to force, impose, your will on how the relationship should come out right now. And it may be very subconscious. You may not be realizing you're doing this like that. Remember, Mars is in here. So Mars can make you a little bit more personally forceful with how something should go with a relationship. And this, remember, the major significant houses where these situations can develop from: the fourth, seventh, and the 10th. These houses. So be careful of projecting this energy with loved ones, about tight one-on-one relationships, right? Love the people that you connect with on it, your partner, right? And how you navigate dealing with people in the 10th house. All right. But Venus can kind of have remember, even though Venus is in the first house, I like it for the pro that it brings, because Venus is dealing with self-esteem, right? And it brings a sense of self-encouragement into the first house. Mars motivates you, right? Mars motivates you in the first house, and it encourages you as well. But when it comes to having, you feel like you've been up and down with your self-esteem, or how you just feel about yourself personally, you're going to manifest circumstances throughout this transit, whether Venus has to utilize a person, place, or thing for you to understand how to start valuing yourself more often, or how to start moving yourself into a space where energetically you learn to value yourself. This sometimes this is something that we have to learn how to do. This is something some people have to learn how to do. I have to learn how to start valuing myself more. That's literally now, but that's also some shit that a lot of motherfuckers just be saying just to say, to make them sound like somebody. But then there's really people out here that may have the most giving hearts or some shit, right? And then they manifested situations where they didn't really, they took somebody, somebody took them for granted, took advantage of them or whatnot, and they really have to learn to understand, like, yo, damn, not everybody has this amount of value to bring to somebody else's life. And I really realized, like, damn, that's not the average, and I really be overdoing it. And then that's why people take advantage of it. They don't even be used to. So sometimes people be having to make these motherfucking realizations. Or then some people just be on some narcissistic shit, like, yeah, I gotta learn to stop giving too much. That's the problem with me. That's why I can't really find love. I give way too much. So sometimes that's starting to be used as like a little fucking excuse nowadays. Like, no. Some people are really going through that shit for real. Some people, there's some Venus and Virgos out here for real. They don't get it. They confused. They're like, what? I don't get it. This ain't what a motherfucker want in a relationship. Ain't this what a motherfucker want? These niggas be lying. There's a female Venus Virgo, strong Virgo placement woman in here right now, like still a little confused. I don't give a fuck what none of these niggas say on YouTube, and these dumb niggas don't want none of that shit. I done gave niggas all that shit. I done gave a nigga all that shit. Paying a nigga rent right now. I ain't speak to the nigga in 3 years. I'm still paying his rent though. It just come out of my account. It's come right out the motherfucker. I ain't stopped it because I felt like they really needed it after we broke up. All right, it's a place was really going through that shit. There's a Venus and Libra somewhere. Actually, Venus and Libra is a little bit. I ain't gonna use that example like that. The Venus and Pisces. There's a Venus and Pisces out there. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. All I do is give, male or woman. There's a depressed nigga right now, Pisces, and the moon in Pisces. So you know the nigga feeling hard right now. You know the Pisces, they feel hard in general. You know a nigga feeling hard, right? Pisces moon nigga feeling hard right now. Nigga just get mad out of nowhere. Fuck that bitch. Nah, I'm just really thinking about that shit, bro. These bitches say they want love. You feel me? And I'm a loving nigga. That's nigga, you my bro, right? You know me since out. Pisces start getting too deep. Sometimes Pisces get too deep. They start realizing not everybody share their imagination. They start getting too like, you know me since second grade, bro. You know I'm a nigga. I give niggas start getting dramatic. Nigga, I give you the shirt off my back, nigga. You know me, I'm like that. Last 2 joints I fuck with, nigga, I did everything for them. Nigga taking that shit hard. Nigga don't know. He confused. He might turn into a monster. You got to learn how to, that's be some of the toughest things in life. Coming into this world, not being consumed and molded into something you ain't. I just thought of a movie scene right now. This is not me. What movie is that? What are you doing to me? This is not me. Anybody in Black Mirror? Who in here watch Black Mirror? Because I feel like that's what the world is right now. That's why I really love that show in the first place. I don't know how that show is not like spoken more about in the spiritual community a little bit more, or in the conspiracy community, because they basically showing you everything in the world and shit that's already made in technology and all that in the like they showing you in the show. But anyways, who watch Black Mirror in here? Sometimes your partner turn you into somebody you not. That's sometimes a job turn you into somebody you're not. A person turn you into somebody you're not. You know you really in some shit when you're in an argument with with a partner and you yell, "This is not me." Your spirit got tired of some shit. Anybody that ever said that, you was in a real different place in that relationship. This is not me. It's okay. We can laugh about it now, y'all. It's okay. It's okay. We can laugh about this shit now. It's Moon in Pisces. We all soaking together right now. We all recollecting emotionally together right now. Let's let that shit the fuck out, y'all. It's okay. We gonna laugh together. It's a real strong spiritual tactic right there. Got to learn how to mold some of that past experience into some laughter. Got to turn them past tears into tears to some humor tears. But yeah, there's an episode of Black Mirror. There's just an episode of Black Mirror, and this guy. It's Black Mirror is not. It's different episodes. It's different episodes. Each thing is a different scenario. Like, you feel me? It's just this episode that this for everybody that watch Black Mirror. There's a nigga who remember the episode with the nigga that was. There's an episode where you could motherfucking everybody got like snapshot memory. So that everybody got everybody. Well, not everybody, but and the people who didn't have it were considered outcasts. But everybody had a chip or like some type of chip planted in their head. And then they have a device where they could rewind everything in their head. So the shit starts off with like some nigga having a business meeting, and he's after the business meeting, he's traveling and he's like reviewing the meeting in his head, trying to figure out like, did he really mean it when he said he's gonna call them back? So this is crazy. So that's crazy. So yeah, it was a nigga was in a relationship with a wife, and his wife was playing with him. He thought he was bugging, and they ended up using all the technology to eventually see that she was lying. So it worked against her. And it's just funny as hell because the nigga just yells out, "This is not me" at the end. and I feel dog. I feel dog. Okay. So Leo risings. Leo risings. So yes, you have to make sure you're also, because this is a house that deals with personal expression, you are the number one not number one, but you're top of the list for the people that can project the energy wrong right now. Just because it's in a push out place. It's in a push out place. It's actually multiple movies like that about memory devices. Ain't no way that shit ain't about no. Like yeah, it's. I mean, I don't even want to like just super emphasize Black Mirror. Like that's the only thing that's been showing what's really going on behind the scenes with shit. But that shit ill. That shit different though. You heard something saying yesterday about laughing before prayer. Nah, no funny shit. So yeah, y'all got Venus and Leo. I think that's the biggest thing to make sure that you could do your best to prevent not being too self-imposing when it comes into love and shit, because it could be easy Mars to kind of gas up Venus a little bit. I don't know, fuck that. We need this in the first house in the relationship. We need this a little bit more. And Venus is in the first house. She's like, yeah, you know, right, you're right. I do need this to be valued and appreciated a bit more. And you really being single-minded. You're really not compromising at all. So, and not even realizing it. Okay, but man, high surges of energy in the first house. Make sure you're pacing yourself, Leo. Understand this house just became, you're already competitive as hell, and you're already prideful as hell. You're already competitive as hell, Leo rising, and you're already prideful as hell. So Mars just moving in this motherfucker. Your ass might not be able to take a loss good right now. And you might have to learn that lesson. I don't even want to project loss energy. So I don't want like that word for y'all at all. Y'all winners, but anything that like take a hit and you gotta learn how to just charge it to the game. Y'all know them times in life you can't control shit. You just gotta like, all right, God, fuck, damn, I gotta this. Okay, this a L. I gotta live with this. Leo rising, that might be a little hard to do right now to learn how to live. Like, I gotta hold this L. Don't make the L worse than what it is right now, Leo rising. Don't make it worse than what it is. Charge it to the game. Because your pride could be on 1,000 right now. Your pride could be on different levels right now, Leo. Your expression could be dynamic on different levels, right? So you want to just make sure it's all in the outlets, positive, outlets you want them to be in right now. But people will be real competitive with you in the first house. Just be careful what type of battles you dive into. Uh, um, and then let me see, Leo rising, you got Aquarius. What's going on in your seventh house? So okay, yeah, those are the most important thing. I don't want to drag anything. Yeah. I'm sometimes that be a lesson to learn. I don't like saying hold the L, but learning how to charge it to the game. Sometimes you gotta learn how to charge it to the game. If you know how to charge certain situations to the game, you're gonna find yourself caught up in way too many loops and past cycles and shit you should have been out of. You're supposed to charge that L. That was supposed to just happen to you. You're supposed to learn that. You wasn't supposed to get no get back for that. And then the situation you were supposed to get back for, the situation that it was spiritually right for you to get back for, you ain't get back for that. You backwards right now. There's times you fuck around slashing nigga tires, but the video on World Star look crazy. The comments gonna say, yo, this is the problem with women. They don't know how to act. Like, this is why I'll never like move. The reasoning behind that may have been so spiritually right, though. That nigga may not have deserved to drive shit. So I'm a Libra. I'm the real judge out this motherfucker. All right? That sounds narcissistic as hell. A nigga uses how you know this is how you know the spiritual community fucker. We start using the spirituality narcissist as well. I'm the judge. Shit, I'm making the decision on this motherfucker. But dead ass, that's balanced to me like a motherfucker. That's shit. When you really trust God, you just let God get your karma done all the time. But sometimes God give you a pat. Sometimes you could feel God be like, go ahead, you got this. Fuck they shit up. No, you deserve this one. I was gonna fuck shit up for them and make sure you was front row to see it when they was fucked up, so they know you see them fucked up. That's what I usually do. That's why your ex always start shit be looking better for them when you was on some bullshit though. If you was the one on some bullshit, you fucked your ex up, you thought you came out the relationship like, I'm good, I'm straight. Fuck it was just an experience. I hope they get over it. You thought you was straight. Motherfucker start dating a supermodel. Motherfucker hit the lottery. And you had the same number. You had the wrong last number. That nigga hit the lottery though. God got his ways. God, you that nigga. No bullshit. But sometimes God give you the keys. Like, nah, go fuck that shit up. This is gonna feel good. Get that shit off. Get that shit off. You're gonna learn your lesson this time, but like get that shit off. So you gotta be able to know the times that's your time to fuck shit up. The times you gotta let God do that shit. You gotta know the difference. Sometimes it's tricky. It's tricky sometimes. It be tricky sometimes. All right. I'm just now realizing light-skinned women be playing with me. That's something I'm realizing. And when you the one that's the play, when you the player, it's hard getting played with sometimes. You gotta charge it to the game. You're gonna look crazy. You gotta sometimes, okay, I just got played. All right. You gotta do a little pimp lap. You gotta do a little smooth pimp lap and keep it step. You got played. You got played. You know the saying, you can't play a player. No, you could play them niggas sometimes. Sometimes you could fuck somebody up at their own game and have them so mad they want a rematch. See, they can't charge it. Look, they beasting. They want a rematch. They want to get theirs. They're so used to winning. So used to winning. So used to coming out on top, not hurt, without a blemish, without a scar. No, it's your time to feel some of this. Your time to feel some of this. Leo rises. I hope y'all don't have to manifest none of that on some dumb shit. All right. If you've been doing some shit, little karma added up a little bit. Karma, and that's another thing that you gotta be more spiritually aware about. People that are real optimistic have this skill right here. You gotta know when the karma could have been worse. You gotta know when the karma could have been worse. Some of y'all be mad about what happened. God had a whole nother setup for your ass, but was like, you know what? I'm gonna spare him. I'm gonna spare her. Y'all sometimes y'all don't even give grace. Y'all be so fucked up by what happened. That could have been way worse. God was about to fuck your whole shit up, and you out here complaining. That's serious. They're serious. It's the lucky Libra. We're gonna keep it balanced and we're gonna motherfucking treat people the way we want. We motherfucking treat it and take the consequences for not doing that shit. All right. We're gonna keep shit real motherfucking righteous around this motherfucker. All right. It's a big seventh house gang over here. Now listen, so Leo Rise, that's what we got going on. That's what we got going on, Leo Risings. And you may need to learn how to deal with boundaries a little bit better right now because you got a lot of people that may be pulling your energy out the first house because you got a lot of it. You always do. But Mars and Venus is in there. You very intriguing personally, and you just sometimes right now you in a state where you might let attention be what blinds you from letting the wrong energy into your first house. You could get attention in different places, bro, sis. Don't be just letting any energy in there because they gassing you up. You just letting somebody in your life because to you they're playing cheerleader. To them, they're trying to get something else. You could get close to a Leo that don't be having a guard up playing cheerleader sometimes. All right. It's another manipulative, dark little 8th house trick I just gave y'all. Who's next? I missed you too, Queen. Leo Risings. Who's Leo in the second house? Who that? That's Cancer Risings. No. I'm rusty, y'all. Cancer in the first house. Yes. 4th, 5th. Yes. Cancer Risings. Listen. For one, when Mars gets in the second house, it's struggle here. All right. It's struggle here because naturally we know Mars wants to be ongoing. This the house that really got to be steady. All right, this house really got to be a little bit more steadier. It's great because if you've been slacking on some shit that you got a motherfucking talent, you got a gift, you got some shit over here that needs to be displayed. You got Leo in the second house, so this is why Cancer rises, motherfucking Cancer risings. You got Leo in the creative house. So there's always going to feel a natural influence for needing to display or put center stage something that you feel like you have worth, something you're good at, something you have some sense of value. When you see other people displaying their motherfucking art, their value, that really aspires motherfucking Cancer rising a lot of that time. It inspires them, motivates them to get on their grind with what value they see in themselves because they feel it's always going to feel dormant like that with Leo in the second house as a Cancer rising. It's always going to feel like that. It's always gonna feel like, damn, there's something I need to put on the stage, or I deserve to put this on the stage, or I'm good enough to put this on the stage, or whatnot. Or it could just be a lot of natural creativity coming out of there. But in general, shit. Mars comes in here, so it brings a lot of passion, more new intention towards how you can structure these things. If you haven't been utilizing these things, that's why it's great Mars coming here. Maybe you get off your ass a little bit more and start moving things around and realizing you can make progress as long as you move things around, you shift things around. Mars, you may not even start moving things around the right place, but shit, it's gonna feel good getting off your ass and Mars being active in the second house. But make sure Mars has strategy though. Things can get very discombobulated if Mars been transiting this house and there hasn't been no strategy for Mars. Mars is waking up every day trying to put put all his energy, passion towards something that he want to build in the Earth house. He don't know what the fuck he building though. He building all type of Legos, the pieces. The toe part is on the foot part on the head part, Lego all upside down. But he going hard. He building 10 of them shits a day. He building Mars building all type of shit every day. But what the fuck is you doing? So in the second house, you got to make sure you got strategy with your passion. You got to make sure that happens when Mars gets there and you can manifest positive transformations while Mars is there because Mars is trying to transform things. All right. Make sure you're taking your time. Make sure you're taking your time. Live from LA is nice to pick up your energy too. All right. Now Venus is in here, right? Venus is in here. So Venus love to be in here. So this is another example. We just came out of house. Mars love to be in there. Venus don't like to be in there. Struggles in there. Now in this house, Mars like to be in there. One second, y'all. I'm bugging out. Yeah. So Venus, Mars don't like to be in the second house because it's too slow. Mars has to learn how to plan, structure some more before it just release energy. And then Venus love this motherfucking house and shit. I love the Venus in the second house transit. So shout out to all my Cancer rises right now. Should be a lot of positive things. You should feel the sense of positive things shifting, when it comes into Venus in this house, because she has a way of attracting more resources. She has a way of this automatically gonna go up on YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube and IG. And Venus has a way of attracting resources and support in the second house right now. It's just that when it comes down to it, you got to make sure that you got Mars in the second house. So the thing is, right now, Cancer rising, you got to make sure when the help and the support come, you not being too stubborn, bro. You not being too stubborn, trying to like. First of all, acknowledge that it is support and help and assistance. Let's do that. Let's start there. And two, you really gonna have to acknowledge, like, are you being too stuck to trying to build something your own way right now? Because Mars was in this house longer than Venus was, already kind of laid down a little bit of energy here. Now Venus is here trying to add more cooperation. Now she might bring somebody in, and you already had Mars, getting in a row with something. So you got to be able to point out, this is opportunity, or this is positive support. It's not going to distract what I was already building. It's only going to be an add-on, or make sure you're not adding too much. You're not allowing too much to participate in what you're going. So this is where you got to level out energy in your second house. What do we know the second house is dealing with? We know it's dealing with building security, building with stability. This house has a lot to do with monetary gains. It's a house that has an influence on finances. All right. A lot of the time, these things are developed through our intention of with our value system, how we're treating our values. Simple. Some people get from point A to B because they're not the most talented, they're not the most creative. They just truly valued what the fuck they feel like they had to give to the world. It'd be that. It could have been the most simple thing to us, not the most extraordinary thing, but to them, they feel like that's the value they really had, and they put some energy into that shit because they really feel like, nah, if I give off this talent, it's gonna inspire do this. If I give off this sense of knowledge, it's gonna really plant seeds for people to think for their own and develop their own belief systems. Whatever that is in that second house that you value, some people simply just get from point A to B in their life because they felt like they had something to give to the world. They felt like they had something that other people can utilize. Point blank, period. And even if they didn't think it was gonna pan out to what it was gonna pan out to, that happens at times. Sometimes we don't realize how much something we have to give off is really needed until we give it off. We don't realize the market been craving somebody that got what you got. How you gonna know until you put it out? And Mars been projecting that type of energy in the second house, and Venus is gonna be bringing some help here. So make sure you're patient in this house. Make sure Mars is more tactful in this house, and find the medium between making sure whoever's participating with you in things to help you build stability and security, or any type of creative endeavor right now in this house, is somebody that deserves and needs to be a part of it, not just because it looks good. Venus be having a way of making shit look good. And be careful of money management and superficial tendencies right now, because Mars could be a little bit too extreme with Venus in this house. So if you don't need it right now, be careful. You don't want to deal with no setbacks because you overindulges in some shit because Venus in the second house. When Venus trans in the second house, whatever you need, you're gonna have. I don't know about your wants. You use this possibility to get some more wants than usual, but the needs, you're gonna have your needs. So don't overdo it with Venus in a second. The Venus gonna make sure you straight in a second. You thought you wasn't gonna pay rent. Your ass thought you wasn't gonna be able to pay rent the next couple of months for some reason. The sun, Venus in the second, you gonna be straight one day at a time. Put your faith in God. Venus in the second, gonna figure it out. Now, uh, Cancer risings, Gemini risings, Leo in the third. Leo in the third. Before I go to them, Cancer risings, your ops for this house is coming from the eighth house. So you have to make sure past demons, or you have to make sure vulnerability to transform is not holding back what you could develop right now in your second house. You have to make sure yeah, make sure past circumstances or things that's heavy in the subconscious are not being playing too much as a self roadblock for things that you're stimulated to do with Mars and Venus in the second house, right? It's going to be some energy to build something. Then when you got the fifth house is going to be a op. So you may have to embrace learning how to feel some of the stage energy or the attention, right? Or being seen for what you're doing. Somebody see you building, or if what you're doing incorporates you having to be expressive what you're doing, you feel vulnerable situations throughout this time. Yeah, it's because it's picking up fifth house energy that you may have to learn how to embrace, or people pushing you into the fifth house. So it may even, the fifth house may be a trigger for you right now, Cancer rising, because it may play out in a way where you got all this Mars and Venus energy in the second house. So within you feel like you have all this passion and intention on what you got, what you're trying to build, this, and the third. But if somebody pushes you out into the fifth house, pushes you out, make you center stage, and asks you, how are you, what's your real plan? What's your time frame? What's your resources? How you really plan about going about this? It may expose the fact that you got all this energy, but like I said, Mars was lacking tact. Mars was lacking strategy. So you might realize, like, damn, I mean, I thought I was gonna do this, that, and the third. I mean, I thought I was good, but damn, I do need to think about it a bit more. So fifth house may play out like that. And then what other house might be the 11th house? Being able to interact with unknown energies in the midst of creating what you're creating, developing what you're developing, or having to interact with people that you're not really familiar with, or environments you're not really familiar with, that may be needed in order, whether it's a person, place, or thing, may be needed for you to, get over a certain phase with something that you value, that you're cultivating right now in some type of shape or form. All right. Now, good to see you too, KC. All right. So that's Cancer risings. Gemini risings. Now, Gemini risings, you already have a lot of activity going on. The sun is in your first house. So it might be hard for you to even see what the fuck going on from the second to the 12th house right now. All you see is first. All you see is, damn, I got all this potential. I could be this. I could be that. I could be Superman. Like, you, sun in the first house, you feel invincible, right? It's not just about what you can see when it comes to your potential. It's the positive vibration that comes along with the fact of obtaining it, connecting to that imagery, feeling out the imagery of that, right? Instead of just pondering. It's just a different charge with the sun in the first house when it comes into your personal perception of self, of your potential. So, when we get into motherfucking when we get into motherfucking the third house, now you got to make sure with everything that you're working towards in your first house right now, right? All these, because
Gemini rising, you just downloading all different type of perceptions of things you want to do right now personally, right? So make sure you're not getting too lost into that. It could feel very vibrant. Make sure you're not getting too lost to that. You're making note of what needs to be noted. But when it comes into that third house, you gotta make sure your surroundings could be a little bit crazy right now, Gemini rising. I'm not even gonna lie to you right now. It could be a little bit upside down. We siblings, close friends that's pulling on your energy a whole lot right now. And it could be edge shit. Like, I try not to use that word. People find that offensive. It could be just shit that don't make sense. You got motherfucking your siblings, friends, close friends getting the crazy fights. You need to come with them to confront somebody. You a part of them and shit. This, that, and the third. Mars, you got Mars in the third house. You know, Mars got potential to bring some confrontation wherever it's at. And when that motherfucker in the third house, it could be your close friends getting to static. Now you got to come through, or issues and things that need to be worked out with people that you're around a lot or are in your environment. So you just naturally fall into some situations. You may have to be patient, or you may have to learn to really be that reliable friend around this time while still being able to set the proper boundary. So I get a little tricky right there because it's Venus there. So your Venus is here. So you have to learn how to be valuable in this house, and you have to learn how to appreciate this house right now. Some your friend, your cousin, your sibling really needs you. And it may be, y'all know them situations, y'all know them fucked up ass situations, your close friend or somebody, your partner did some dumb shit, but it's a time you gotta defend them, but eventually you're gonna tell them about themselves after that how was dumb they shit, but you got to be down right now. You just know it's like one. I hate them situations. I'm a Libra, so we Libra placements, we get in that shit a lot. And we get called two-faced a lot for that shit. As soon as we start breaking down the righteous shit at the end, like, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Like, we whooped them niggas' asses and shit. You feel me? Shit could have got worse and shit. Thankfully, niggas wasn't shooting and shit. But yo, bro, this like the third time in the past couple of months, niggas we getting into crazy ass fights with niggas with straps. It wasn't even for the shit that serious, bro. We could fuck around, get into a whole street war with these niggas, this, that, and the third. So get into situations like that. Air signs in general could get into situations like that, but definitely Libras. Some Libras may have had some experiences when they were very young, and your environment, you was too yussy in your environment, and it got you into some stupid shit. So Gemini rises, don't be getting to that type of shit right now. You feel me? You just motherfucking guilty by association type shit, you know. But you can't be afraid to tell your peoples what's up though. If it's that serious, you may have to play that position too. All right, motherfucker may have to call you two faced for a little bit till they realize like you not really two faced. You was being real about what you said, and they need to get their life together. Okay, Venus is in this house, so at the same time, I'm saying that you got to be this reliable person. The third house may come through for you in a way you may not see it right now. Maybe something you're dealing with right now, and a third house person finna come through for you during this transit. Whether it's a close friend, a sibling, somebody you've been knowing, your roommate, somebody. If they're in your third house, they have potential to come through for you in a way that, for something that's needed right now. You may not even realize it. So shit, you make sure you that person if you could be that person. If you could give. Okay? Be careful of blow up moments. This is an air house. You're dealing with relationships. So you got Mars and Venus in the third house. A lot of shit could happen very quick with people when you got Mars and Venus in the same house in the air house. Shit could just happen very quick with people. You gotta watch what you say in the moment. Some shit be you can't take some shit back sometimes. Sometimes you can take some shit back a little bit. Sometimes you can't. Some of y'all asses in here say some disrespectful ass shit to somebody and think you can take that shit back after. Tauruses, Virgos, all right, Aries, say some heartless shit. Gonna ask a nigga 3 hours later what I want Uber Eats. I want a knuckle sandwich. That's what I want on Uber Eats. Like a mother, who's serving that? Who's delivering? I pay all the fees and taxes for one of them motherfuckers right now. Motherfuckers, It be your partners on that bullshit. Say some disrespectful ass shit. No, they said some disrespectful ass shit. Don't want to admit they just said they crossed the line and try to ask you some shit later. Like, no, you gonna learn how to apologize around this motherfucker. Who the fuck you think you is? Think you will call my mother bald in mid argument and then ask me what the fuck we watching on Netflix tonight? It's not shit. I don't know what type of niggas you been fucking with. My mom got a motherfucking condition. You don't know shit. You met her. I brought you around her ass, and now you too fucking comfortable. Lucky I don't tell her that shit. She go upside your shit. She still got some shit. The way she whipped my ass when I was young, I know she still got some shit now. So be careful right now, Gemini Rise. Goddamn Gemini Rises, man. It's different from you catching a different energy from what Gemini Suns is catching. Similar but different. All right, similar but different. So boom, you got to be careful of that. And the op houses is going to be the mutable houses. So that's going to be the sixth house. You got to make sure your third house, Gemini rising right now, you got to make sure your third house is not distracting. Or you got to make sure the relationship between your schedule, your routine, and your regiment is not thrown off too much based off your activity with these close friends, siblings, miscellaneous things that may happen in this house, right? With people that you just got mutually connected to, and now you're involved with something. You got to make sure your sixth house doesn't become upside down because of what's going on in your third house. You have to tell a friend or two, like, yo, can't do it because you committed yourself to something in the sixth house. All right, your sixth house needs commitment right now. What's in the sixth house? Gemini here, motherfucking Virgo. No, I'm bugging. Not Virgo. I said Virgo. This is Gemini rising. You got Leo in the third house. What's the next fixed sign? Motherfucker Scorpio is in this motherfucker. Am I tripping, y'all? I told y'all I'm rusty. Yeah, Leo, Scorpio's in the sixth house. So that house always transforming. Goddamn. Shit. That house always transforming. It's hard to keep a routine in that motherfucker. And they don't even be transforming for negative shit all the time. Sometimes you just be seeing shit you feel like you need to add in that house. No, let me add this to my routine. No, let me do that. And you realize you've been changing the fuck out your shit. Like, goddamn. All right. So you find a balance between there. Then you got the opposite house. All right. So this is gonna be the ninth house. What you got in there? You got Sag in there. Now I keep saying the opposite Gemini. You got Aquarius in there. All right. So shit. Right now, the ninth house is already dealing with a bunch of adventure and shit. A bunch of if we talk about miscellaneous experiences and adventures and whatnot, you point to the ninth house or to the third ninth house axis in general. But then it's also Aquarius in there. So who knows what type of shit be going on in the motherfucking Gemini rising life sometime just off that like that. I'm really wait. Because I did the ninth house series, so I'm just thinking about that placement a little deeper now. Aquarius in the ninth house. That's a crazy placement right there. I ain't gonna lie. That placement got a potential for a whole lot of shit. Them niggas become master professor teachers in some whole other shit. In some whole other unique shit in that shit. Them niggas is gonna study. Who we talking about right now? We talking about Gemini rising. See, that's why you never know what the fuck Gemini rising. No, this why it's right here. It's one of the placements right here in their chart. You got Aquarius in the ninth house, so they will put time to study shit that the rest of the world feel like that that's too much. I don't need to know that shit, but they just do that a lot throughout their life and end up knowing mad shit we don't fucking know. and they'll get taught from anybody. Aquarius in the ninth house. Everything about Aquarius random, bro. Everything about Aquarius random. So, but that placement already makes things dealing with education a bit unconventional. So, right, LeBron's a Gemini rising. Think about all the Gemini rising. He's definitely one of the first Gemini rising I be thinking about. You feel me? So shit, when it comes to his experiences, just think about what he's experiencing off camera. There's all type of shit, all type of occult shit, and all type of motherfucking shit niggas of his status and resources could motherfucking experience. All type of private shit that all shit. Remember, Aquarius is abstract thought. Abstract thought. Sometimes shit that don't seem like it's perceived in this realm. All right. This is why we associate them. That's why we associate Aquarius in the ninth house Aquarius in the ninth house with, aliens and shit. That's where the real concept of that shit come from with UFO and extraterrestrial energy, is the fact that Aquarius and 11th house energy is attached to shit beyond reality, beyond this realm. So anything that's considered beyond this realm, supernatural energies, the sources of technology, astrology, spirituality in general. These are 11th house concepts. So we can't always just condense the 11th house down in network and in relationship. This is a spiritual ass motherfucking house. People that have a lot of planets in the fucking 11th house, they have some of the craziest lives. They have some of the craziest lives. Whenever I be like watching just random shit on YouTube, I like to watch like Soft White Underbelly. I don't know. Like I like watching, hearing people talk about like, you don't come in contact with a pimp, with a prostitute, with a gang member, with an addict. You don't come across them every day. So if I get a chance to hear them speak, I want to hear the fuck they going through and shit. I need to know this shit. I need to know what's going on. All right. And I just be listening to shit, and you feel me? Listen, man. You every time I hear about somebody having a crazy ass life, or ever since young, they were never attached to there was never a home, or ever since they were young, they were always out of the home, or environment. There was never a real third house. There was never a real fourth house for whatever reasons. I wouldn't be surprised if they got mad 11th house placements. Like they can start their lives, experiencing a lot of different things that to the point is like my third, fourth house became the fucking 11th house. I be everywhere, motherfucker. I done lived here, lived there. I done did this, did that at this age. I'm around people that you've never been around in your life. If you have a lot of 11th house energies, it's likely that you manifest some type of career or a lifestyle that could be considered a outlaw type of lifestyle, or something that's just not considered. It'd be hard using certain terms, I don't society term. I hate certain terms we use in society, but like, like a human, a regular class citizen, like you ain't no fucking regular class citizen. You got fucking a stellium in 11. You got the moon, and then nah, you got mad activity in the house. You doing some whole other shit. You probably into some shit that the average person just doesn't can't even be a part of, or some shit like you feel me. If you talking to a pimp, if you listening to a pimp talk, listen to a gang member talk or something, somebody deemed to be a quote unquote outlaw in society, you may look at a lot of concepts like, yeah, that's why I'm not a pimp, or that's why I'm not a gang member, this and that there, because I don't understand these concepts. Like these just don't make sense to me. What do you get out of all it? Like, or how could you live like this spiritually, or whatever? To you, you may perceive it like that. To them, they perceive it like, I don't know how the fuck you live your life. So this is why perception is powerful, y'all. Perception is so powerful. 11th house people manifest a lot of outlaw like situations in their life. That ass, like just you don't be trying to conform to society. So Gemini rising. This is yeah, third house. I don't know how we got to talking about the 11th house. It's the 12th house. That's an op though. The 12th house. So right now, you got to make sure that you're not overwhelming yourself personally, being too mentally or emotionally lost or confused within yourself when it comes into how you're making decisions about relationships and your surroundings right now. You do what you feel like is spiritually right. There's going to be some decisions that you may make with relationships right now, Gemini rising. Logically, or in other people's eyes, didn't seem like the right thing to do, but did it feel right spiritually? Did you feel like this had to be done for a certain spiritual reason? And those are the things you got to kind of stand on when 12th house factors are involved, because now things dealing with belief are involved. Now things are dealing with spiritual characters involved. Some of these things, human beings they don't acknowledge none of these things. I mean, you may be making a spiritually right ass decision, and a decision that everybody's plugged in survival mode, or plugged in into their physical desires or something. You don't only want to have some type of sense, or there's some type of sense to just detach yourself from something. So being guilty by association, peer pressure, all of that type of shit, Gemini rising. Don't be falling for none of that shit right now in the third house, and make sure you there for your loved ones, just like as if they would be there for you, because them situations might definitely occur right now. And the reason I'm emphasizing it is because I know how much activity is going on in your life in general. So it's easy for you to not kind of you kind of slip up and not be there in a situation you needed to be there. And you Mercury based. I'm an air sign. I could relate. You might find yourself in a situation you're really trying to articulate logically why, like, yo, I'm so sorry. I was working on this and I fell asleep. This might be a situation. It don't even fucking matter. You ain't show up. Sometimes air signs, you think you can articulate yourself out of something. You think you can articulate the excuse properly where it emotionally, spiritually moved them. And sometimes you may have did that in your life at times. But when it's real nigga moments and your ass ain't show up, it was real nigga timing. It's real nigga spiritual timing. You knew you were supposed to be there. You ain't show up. I knew that person knew you had a lot going on. Shit, they could have known, but you know. So these type of situations may pop up around this time. Gemini rising. All right, Gemini rising. Now, Taurus. Taurus rising's got a lot going on right now. I already know because I just know a lot of Taurus rises. Uranus has been shifting a lot for y'all, so I need Taurus rising to understand. Y'all need to claim your power. You can. This is not a period of your life to be floating with how things you want things, how you feel like things should be going in the first house. You are gonna find yourself in too much situations that feel like you feel powerless right now. Taurus rising's playing victim energy, or if you can find yourself in a lot of victim like situations with this phase of Uranus in your first house. So it's actually what I wanted to talk about today with Pluto and Aquarius. I said I want to talk about generational plans, but I gotta say that for tomorrow's time. But you have to make sure you claim what you want, how you want things to be governed in your personal life, because you're going to continue to manifest situations right now where you're forced to make decisions when you could have planned ahead. Uranus is trying to place you into an executive state. You need to, Uranus got like executive type energy. It could be detached from the emotions of shit, and it could know how to, be that person to make serious decisions, for the collective that y'all don't understand, but it had to be done type situations. Or when you're just standing on your own individuality, you need to be able to claim that energy while it's there. This is an energy that's very powerful that can transform a lot of things throughout this period in your personal life as you continue to claim how you want your personal life to look. But Uranus is going to continue to make it feel unstable until you do that. All right. Now, so that's for Taurus placements in general, Taurus, Sun, Moon, and risings. Okay, you've been dealing with this type of phase since what 2016, 2017 now. All right, and you find yourself in periods that when you take initiative for certain things, how you want certain things to go, you find that you kind of have some power to mold a little bit. So you don't need to be underestimating your power in the same sense. All right, now Taurus risings. This is Leo in the fourth. All right, Leo in the fourth. So right now, family and home environment, that shit could feel like a little unstable to the point you don't know what's you can't predict what be happening with loved ones right now. It may feel like that type of energy with Mars and Venus in the fourth house. Because for one, Mars could be a little bit too passionate, too transformative in the fourth house. So maybe a loved one is being too single-minded, or someone is too hot, too passionate, too stubborn within their feelings and emotions about something. And sometimes with Mars traveling that fourth house, you gotta learn how to be the bigger person. Sometimes, the projection may come from the loved ones at that time. You gotta learn how to eat that shit. They going through some shit. Like you gotta learn how to be like that sometimes. But you gotta make sure that you don't add fuel to the fire if there's any type of static that Mars brings in this area. Mars can bring a sense of competition into the fourth house in a positive or negative way. Mars can also bring a sense of like I said, just it kind of trickle in a little bit of that Mars in the third house energy I was talking about. Gemini rising is going through. Yeah, Gemini rising is going through as far as siblings and close friends getting into shit, and then having to siblings and close friends getting into shit and having to be a part of it. You can manifest like that directly in the home environment right now, directly in the home environment. So don't let that get too overwhelming. But Venus is in here, so support coming from here at the same time. So maybe some family members, loved ones, you got to tell their ass about themselves, keep some boundaries there. And then family members to stand in third, that they're more in a healing, understanding state, and you got to maybe embrace opportunities to build more connection, bring more harmony into your space, into your home environment, into both of you and your family members, loved ones, emotional well-beings, if those opportunities do present itself with Venus in here. All right. Mars, a lot of activity in the fourth house. It don't matter what planets there is. This is the time for you to become more in tune with your own state, with your own sense of privacy, right? In general, it don't really be matter if you got 2-3 planets transiting, mother. You spend some time with the fourth house and yourself is going to bring you more peace of mind at this time. So as far as your passions, as far as your love life, the things that you're emotionally connected into, you find more clarity into these things. But if you're in too much of an action state, expressive state with Mars and Venus transit in the fourth house, it's going to be hard to find the solutions or clarity or direction for any of these things. All right. Now, boom. Op houses, first house. Make sure that you're not being too drained or anything, and your time is being managed right amongst loved ones or whatnot, and private matters to the point your first house stays intact. Make sure that things that's going on in your personal life, you're not letting these things be too, you're not forcing or imposing these things in a family home environment. That's going to be fuel for Mars to create transformation and blow up moments that are unnecessary. Try to find that balance. All right. Then you got the seventh house that's ops right now. Shit. Yo, if you married, like, you might be getting into it with your in-laws a little bit right now. Your partner might be getting into it with your moms, with your pops right now. You might find yourself in little sticky situations like that right now, especially if you have natural activity in both of these houses. So if you got Mars and you got Mars and Venus transit in the fourth, so you got a lot of single-minded values coming out the household. So if your family already don't fuck with your partner, or there's like some type of disconnection or friction between loved ones or different relationships in your life, this is like create potential for these people to, you start being on some bullshit and you find yourself in the middle of it. It might be one of them situations you might have to tell your partner and your parents, like, I ain't fucking with both of y'all this week. Like, I'm good because y'all both wilding. Y'all job would be crazy. And that might be the only way for both of them to understand, like, yo, we tripping, my bad. That might be the solution way right there. Boom. Detach both of their asses. Mom, boom, you're wilding. You're wilding. You said my mom is bald. You said my girl ain't got no ass. I ain't fucking with both of y'all. That's it. Y'all got me fucked up about both of y'all. I don't know who my mom is. I don't know who my girl is no more. I don't know what the fuck going on. I ain't never seen no disrespect like this between two women that I love. Fourth, seventh, static. Okay, Taurus rising, don't get caught up in that shit. Don't get caught up in it. Detach if you need to. And then the 10th house is an op. The 10th house is an op. All right. Maybe some static between career was being navigated in career and was being built in the home environment and loved ones. Don't let that get too crazy or out of control. What's in here? The Aquarius in the 10th house. So you already be having a lot of people sometimes that you be having to rub shoulders with, have to talk to, have to communicate, especially if you're already a part of you establish, you got what you got going on in career. You may have a very interactive career space in general. So make sure that your time and your relationships being divided and managed in the right way between those two axes in that sense. All right. So boom, Taurus rising. Aries rising. Now Aries rising. Leo in the 5th house. So you got Mars in the 5th house. Love Mars in the 5th house. Very active placement. You go get up off your ass right now. Put some energy towards some towards creating something around this motherfucker. All right. Your sexual energy may be intense as hell at this motherfucker, which that is just creative energy. So Mars get through the 5th house. Make sure you directing it. You could create life right now, like a motherfucker. You potent. So make sure you careful. All right. Mars in the 5th house, get excited. You got Mars and Venus in the 5th house. You excited right now. You hella excited. Calm your ass down a little bit. All right. Just get that energy, boom, directed the right way. Now, we know it's the expressive house. This house dealing with childlike activity. There could be so much activity going out. You could really be super outside entering the motherfucking summer right now. Closing out Gemini season, going to Cancer season. Like, who's this? This Aries rises. Y'all in big outside energy right now. Y'all's party promoting, club promoting, all of that. Y'all sending shit to the group chat. Yo, we here this weekend. Like, nigga, I'm at work this week. I don't know what the fuck you niggas is doing. I signed up for that good old overtime Capricorn shift. So y'all enjoy y'all 5th house activities. All right. So Aries rising, y'all outside. Make sure y'all outside activity is all healthy, positive. But Mars does need to get some energy and release towards creative energy. Great time to surge it towards, fulfilling the inner child and whatever type of activity that is for you, making time for that. Because Mars, that should, well, we're gonna get into the op houses, but make sure Mars gets a chance for that here. That could be very frustrating. Mars in the 5th house, and we ain't doing nothing creative. We ain't outside for nothing. My inner child ain't lit for a goddamn thing. You start projecting heavy as hell with that frustration. You start looking at life, you start getting mad at other motherfuckers having fun. Venus is in this house. So the opportunity to have fun is gonna be there. People gonna want, it's gonna be, man, you might be getting invited right now. People want to pay for your ticket to go here, this, that, and do that, this, that, and the third right now. There's a new sense of value for what you have to bring from a creative sense right now. Venus champ in the 5th house. It might be opportunities to walk into it, Venus transiting, enter in the 5th, where anything that is connected to the inner child, it can be loved ones right now, people connected to that provide opportunities for you to do that. Something you thought you couldn't do. However they do that, this is the time for you to make sure you're invested into your 5th house. There's certain type of planning. You're into business planning or something, or there's something you're already thinking of building in a long-term sense. Make sure you're noting things down right now. Your creative energy juice is going to be flowing for how you can display things dealing with display, things with being, or how you market, how you're being seen. These things, a lot of juices are flowing with them things right now. All right. Aries risings. Okay. Now op houses, you got the 11th house. Aries rising, you got all the passion in the world right now to bring life, to give some creative energy, to display some creative energy, to utilize creative energy. But it may create circumstances where you got to shake and bake in the 11th house a little bit. You got to connect it, relate it a little bit. And sometimes you may feel like, I don't feel like I want to do all that right now. I ain't ready to do that all yet right now, or it's not on my time right now. And that may not matter right now, because you may not realize you just created intrigue with energy. So what you're looking down on and interacting or displaying something out to others in the 11th house in a familiar environment to people you don't know, don't mistake that for intrigue, for people interested in what you may have already been doing in the 5th house. All right. So you got to be able to see those opportunities. You got to be able to see those. I used to be a little shy Libra ass nigga when I was young. I was a shy Libra. I ain't a shy Libra no more. When I was a young nigga, I was a little shy little motherfucker. There'd be times I used to be scared to mingle, and I'm happy I broke out of that, because I'm seeing how this generation, we losing that. We losing that, all right? Holding conversations with the next common human being is a lost, long art, all right? And I'm saying that for somebody with a lot of social energy. So Aries rising, I already know how you are, all right? I already know how you are, fuck people. So you got to make sure you're not having a negative outlook on anything that deals with interacting or relating something that you're creating right now, right? Op houses, so that's the opposite house. What's the square house? 5th house, the 8th house. That's the square house. So past circumstances that things ain't flow with your creativity, negative thoughts or feelings or emotions about what may transform, how things may change after you create something, how it may affect people around you, this, that, and third. Does it fulfill the inner child? Are you hurting anybody? Are you just fulfilling something dealing with creativity? So don't let that 8th house start trickling all them dark concepts about something, or remember you did this in the past, and if you do this, if you create this now, it may affect this. Nah. I thought everything out, 8th house. I thought everything out. All right. You're not about to bring that dark shit to the 5th house. I got Mars and Venus in the 5th house. God is telling me right now I need to be active in this house. I need to be having fun. I need to be dealing with entertainment. I need to see what sources of entertainment I could fulfill for my own self. I need to see if there's source attributes dealing with creativity or art that I be putting on the back burner. It's got to be things right now. I got to see that maybe life been pushing me to be the face, be on the stage for something, and I haven't been seeing this shit. I got Mars and Venus in their 5th house. I need to make sure I see that shit before the shit leave. All right? Because I feel like there's a stage for me somewhere. All right, you got Mars and Venus transit in their Aries. You're going to find that motherfucker stage, but it may involve 11th house people. An 11th house person may be able to provide the stage for you. So I don't want y'all to once again underestimate the house. Oh, but we're talking about the 8th house, excuse me. Yeah, so if this is time to embrace the stage, we ain't got time to be thinking about all that dark shit. We don't got time to think about what happened in the past. We don't got time to think about things that we can't control, because life is always going to change and transform, especially when we take massive action or significant action towards things. Yeah, things are going to change. We just made an important decision in our life. We just did a significant thing. It might affect something. So embrace transformation in general. That comes with creative expression, that comes with artistic expression, that comes with any activity fulfilling the inner child right now. You can't feel bad for fucking fulfilling the inner child right now, Aries rising. But then again, there's a lot of fire energies and expressive energies around what you're dealing with right now. So you gotta try to consider others in some type of shape or form still, but consider them and interact with them. But in some type of shape or form, it's gonna be kind of hard to just stay in your personal bubble right now. That 11th house is gonna be pulled on. The 8th house, got to make sure that you embrace creative energy to initiate positive transformations in the 8th house, because the 8th house is gonna have to play a part. So don't be scared of no transformation. Embrace anything you want to do in the 5th house and make sure it trickles into the 8th house and you deal with it in the 8th house how you deal with it. If people want to have a grudge with you because it's something that you're doing to fulfill the inner child, then hey man, I deal with that 8th house transformation when I gotta deal with that relationship transforming. Hey, I guess it's supposed to transform. It is what it is. That's how I look at shit. When I know I'm doing shit for spirit and I'm seeing relationship transform because of it, hey, what the fuck? I'm gonna fight for the relationship for it. I was doing something important for me and it changed that. Oh, then I'm good off that then. Shit. Doing something that's right and better for me, my better well-being. If you was really there for me, you'd understand. People ain't built like that. And then the op house, the other op house, Aries rising, is your second house. Your second house. All right. It's your second house. So make sure there has to be a sense of, there has to be a intimate relationship being goddamn developed with your art, with the inner child right now. Because the second house, we dealing with security, stability. It's a Venus-like influence in this house. So it has to be like a relationship and a sense of cooperation between you feel me, and the inner child, whether you're more focused on pushing out your art or experiencing the 5th house in some type of shape or form, right? I feel like I just started watching the show Bel Air a little bit, and I see Aunt Vivian, she's trying to resurrect her art career. I just like mentioning shows to be good examples. Like y'all might be dealing with some of that shit right now, Mars and Venus in the 5th house, some creative ass shit on the back burner and shit. You looking at that shit like but it's the value for it kind of got buried, but it's there. The value for what you do creatively is still there. You feel me? You gotta kind of swim. You might have to navigate the second house a little bit to find that motherfucker a little bit to realize, I'm tripping. Like I'm tripping. I'm really not valuing what I have to display on a creative level. I can't believe I'm not valuing being the face or the face of this or expressing this, that, and a third or running from the stage. I'm bugging the fuck out. I need to throw this shit in the stage. Like I need to throw my value out there. Could be a lot of them type situations. And you'll know you on that vibration if you manifest a loved one, person, place, or thing, because the second house be having connections to loved ones. If a loved one is the influence right now, telling you like, yo, you need to boom, 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 boom. All right. So boom. Aries risings, Pisces risings. All right. Leo in the 6th. Leo in the 6th. Yeah. So we got Mars and Venus in the 6th house. I love Mars in the 6th house. I love Mars in the 6th house. It's a new set of intention with your wellness. So this could be another placement where somebody starts to develop a high tolerance, a low tolerance for people, places, and things that get in the way of schedule and regimen. It could be real extreme cutting things off right now because you're too sensitive towards, distractions in your schedule right now when it comes into I gotta think about it. Mars a soldier. You gotta think about it. Mars is militant minded. And when you look at the military, when you look at this formation, uniform, I got too much fucking wrinkles in this niggas. I couldn't be a military nigga. I got too much wrinkles in this motherfucker. I'm a Capricorn rising moon. My shit's supposed to be a little bit more. I see a little bit too much crinkles in my motherfucker. Them niggas is uniform, shoes polished, left, right. So Mars is militant. So when it gets into the 6th house, you're gonna feel some of that. And this is a great house to have that left, right, to have that formation. This is your schedule. This is your routine. These are things that affect your wellness. Some of us feel upside down because our sleep schedule, because of our diet, our energetic diet. Our vessel don't get to move the way it's supposed to move. All right. Look at me. Y'all see these chubby cheeks. All right. So some of our 6th house be a little upside down. And when Mars get in that house, you get a bit more active. Things that you start seeing Mars in the 6th house. Who are we talking about right now? Pisces risings. Mars in the 6th house helps you to see the gaps and pockets of where the activity can be in your schedule and regimen. So even if you feel like you had a lot going on in your sixth house, Mars will help you to see the pocket. Like, nah, this from 3 to 4 right there. You won't be doing that right there. That's our meditation and yoga time right there. 3 to 4. You usually get a snack and do this, that, and the third. No, we're gonna do this, that, and so it helps you to see the pockets of where energy or activity can be added in the sixth house, and it helps you to transform and rid what's not helping bring no sense of formation in your life. All right. So the durability, the work ethic, that should be there right now. You should be able to feel like you could move and shift a lot of things with Mars moving in the sixth house. And negative transformations can come from a lack of the lack of attentiveness towards your sixth house, towards your energetic diet, towards your well-being, your wellness, your motherfucking your nerves, your nervous system, your mental health, all of that. Lack of attentiveness towards that right now, Mars can make it just be your nervous system could just be all jacked. There's too much energy in the house that deals with your nerves, that deals with wellness, that deals with the closest house we associate to health. So if you got such an intense energy coming there, and you already unstable schedule wise, you could just feel real wacky. Mars needs tack and needs earth houses, and definitely in the sixth house. All right. So it could be a beautiful thing when it's directed the right way. Then Venus is in here. Venus don't really like to be. Mars is neutral. Venus don't. Another thing about Mars in the sixth house, make sure your energy is going towards what you want to work on. All right. People will try to use your energy in the sixth house when they see your work ethic. All right. Don't get manipulated. Venus in the sixth house. Venus in the sixth house. Venus don't like to be in here. She struggled here because she got to learn how to value and appreciate work, regiment, so building something. All right, she want to have fun. Girls just want to have fun. Girls just want to have... Oh, that's Cindy Lauper. What's her sign? Y'all know me. Y'all know I be fucking up. Y'all know I attach a random ass artist to like, bro, that is not. She don't sing that song. I put the wrong faces on, like. Cindy Lauper, what's her sign? That's Cindy Lauper. What's Cindy Lauper sign? Is it a Venus sign? Girl, that's a Venus ass song. Like, we ain't working for shit. Fuck that. Girls just want to have fun. We ain't working for shit. Spend your money on me. Don't expect me to work for shit. This is my nature. I just want to feel good. I just want to feel bliss. I just want to look good. Get that shit in your fucking head, man. You just want to have fun. She made that shit known. This is Venus as hell. Now that I think about it. Don't say she a pipe. Wait, hold on. I just thought I just typed it in. Cindy Lauper. Hold on. She a pipe? No. I might have to end the live. Oh, she a Cancer. You just want to be comfortable. You just want to be comfortable. Goddamn Cancer. Ain't look at that. Goddamn Cancers. That just showed me something right there. That song just fucked up a lot for y'all right now, Cancer. I'm just thinking about y'all a whole different way right now. Y'all got me thinking about Cancers a whole different way right now. Next time I date a Cancer girl, I'm gonna test her ass. You gonna give me something to drink real quick? I'm gonna see if that seemed like a lot of work for her. Give me a sandwich real quick. If she give me like, I'm like, Cindy Lauper was right. This motherfucker just want to have fun. Astro Girl Quay, and I was gonna say I want to see her Venus place with Venus and Taurus. Like, her shit is home. All she know is her Venus. Look, a motherfucker gonna tell you their energies in their songs. All right, even if they think they being mysterious or hidden. You know, artists be thinking they so mysterious, right? She telling you her shit right there. I'm a Cancer, Venus and Taurus. I don't like to sweat. I don't like that shit. It's too sunny. My ass coming out with an umbrella. All you ladies, some of you ladies in here right now, Cancer, Sun, Venus, and Taurus, y'all ain't missing no steaming sessions. Y'all getting your waxes. Not Cancer, Sun, Venus, and Taurus. You crazy? They got a whole membership at that wax shit. Them niggas getting discounts at that shit by the time. Oh, hey, how you doing, Aliyah? You getting discounts at that shit. The way Cancer, Sun, Venus, Taurus. You is high maintenance. God damn. As a grown man, sometimes you gotta know how to look at it and be like, I could get her, but can I maintain that? Those are two different things. A lot of men don't understand this. A lot of men just stuck on the I could get her. Yeah, get her no wasn't the hard. She a lot of maintenance for your ass. She already make more money than your ass. I don't think that shit. If you just plan to have some fun, maybe that's the most it's gonna go. But if you thought you was gonna maintain some shit, like you better hope she just want to have fun. If that's good, that's all girls just wanted to. Ah! Oh my god! Look how things just come full loop like that. I should really do stand up. But fuck it, Cancer, Sun, Venus, Taurus. Don't let me see that alignment. I listen. I would have known that. I picked up on that shit before Cindy Lauper. Listen, you're a Cancer, Sun, Venus, Taurus. Like, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm in the building stages of my life. I gotta hit it with that shit right there. That's fellas. I'm giving y'all a hack right now. This is how you tell her you can't maintain her without keeping your dignity a little bit, keeping your shit together a little bit. That's what you got to hit her with. You could, for all my fellas in here, you could tell her. You gotta. I'm the leader. I'm gonna tell you how to word that shit. You gotta hit it with like, yo, I ain't gonna lie right now. I ain't gonna lie, like the vibe with us is fire, but like shit, like I'm just building mad shit in my life right now. I'm in my building stages, so I gotta make timely sacrifices for shit from time to time. So it's just like, I'm gonna spend the block on you. This just ain't the time right now. You feel me? That impression fire. That leave a good impression. You might have been able to fake it for make it. That she might think you was able to maintain it. You might leave that little illusion in her head a little bit. I just gave you some game, fella. I just gave you some game. You got to know when to walk away from it when you can't maintain it. Sometimes y'all be trying to go too deep. You can't maintain it, end up looking crazy. She end up little boy in you. You look crazy. All right. Cindy Lauper just snitched on all of y'all, ladies. I'm just letting y'all know that tonight. Anyways, so Pisces rising, that sixth house activity, boom. So yeah, Venus in that sixth house, that girls just want to have fun shit. That shit dead right now. I just let you know that shit right now, Pisces rising. I don't give a fuck. Pisces rising. I don't care if you got the sun in Cancer and Venus in Taurus. You can have both of them motherfuckers. Venus and Mars in your sixth house. We gotta work on something out this motherfucker. That song gonna get your ass in a lot of trouble right now. Listen, the hood astrologer gonna tell you that right now. I don't know what your ass working on. What you got was this Leo in the sixth house. It might be something creative your ass supposed to be working on. There's something you complain about. You never have the time to give it, to create it, but you could right now transform Mars, shift your whole sixth house to a different schedule and different routine, and make space for that motherfucker instead of complaining. And Mars is going to support the intention. Venus is going to support the fact that you're valuing the proper routine or schedule it takes to manifest something. So you have them energies in your favor. But Cindy Lauper gonna have y'all fucked up in the game with that bullshit. All right, y'all. I don't need y'all going through that shit, Pisces rising. Okay. Now, op houses. 12th house is opposite house. So, like I said, creative energies. Okay. Something that always be in your 12th house may find a pocket to fall into the 6th house. Mars may want to pull that in. Venus already like that house. That's already Venus' house. So you got to think about it from Venus' perspective. She's in this motherfucking house. Got to wake up at 6 a.m. She hate that shit. She got to go to work. She got to do this, that, and the third. Even when she get time to have fun and do some shit that she want to do in her schedule routine, that the time cut short on that motherfucker. You feel me? You got to be on task in the 6th house. But she looking opposite to the 12th house. Like, I can't wait till I get past these next 6 motherfuckers to get to that motherfucker. I love that motherfucker. Good thing Libra right next door, because this motherfucker Virgo got me all the way fucked up. That's how Venus feel right now. I was like, I can't wait. No, I'm bugging. Venus is in the 6th house, but you have it about to go into the 7th house after this transit. She can't wait to get in that motherfucker. But for now, you're gonna have to do what you got to do right now, Pisces rising. The 12th house, the imagination, things dealing with what's inside. There may be things to work on inside in this shadow, mentally, subconsciously. And there may be certain things to add into the sixth house that Mars and Venus could say, listen, if we put more of this energy in our sixth house, that can help navigate all type of things that's all up in our motherfucking subconscious right now. You know, Virgo and Pisces are big healers. Look at the houses they come out of. Sixth house deals with pattern, routine, scheduling, and wellness. 12th house deals with the subconscious in general in the most expansive sense. So these two things are needed to heal. You don't heal shit overnight. Sometimes it take a schedule routine to heal some shit. Sometimes it take a schedule and routine and a pattern, and you need to hold that bitch a little bit to get in the right state to feel centered to heal some shit, depending on what the fuck you experienced. All right. So this is why Virgos know how to nurture a motherfucker. They know what type of wellness kit to bring out and how long you got to sustain that motherfucker. All right. Shout out to my Virgo. Shout out to my sixth house placements. All right. Venus in sixth house is good for this too. Venus herself in the sixth house is a great placement for this too. So a lot of self-healing attributes is to be unlocked right now. Okay. So we got that going on. Then we got the op house, sixth house. We got the third house. So yeah, the relationships, close friends, siblings, they need to feel your presence of how serious you are about your sixth house. Be an example right now. You're in a position to be an example to them. Some of them might be fucking around with their sixth house, and when they see that you ain't fucking around with the activity that they got going on, you an example of like, oh nah, what's it? They not playing around. They trying to get their sixth house in order. They say they're not doing this, that, and the third. I could just see they focus on the third, or they hitting me back late, and every time they hit me up, they told me they was working on this. This is the time to be an example. Motivate your clique. Motivate your surroundings. Too many times we want people in our surroundings to immediately get on our page about something because we inspired and motivated about something. You may have the most brilliant idea in the world, but once you become the example of what it is, it's so much easier to get people on path. When you see a motherfucker making money, it ain't no way that nigga asks you like, yo, you want to get in? And you like, yo, what's up? You all ears, right? Because they're already on path. But that motherfucker could have told you what they doing to make money at the time they was willing to do it. It's a different energy. Until you see that shit was working, right? This is your time to be that. It's your time to be that shit. A Pisces rising. Okay. I say all planets and signs are in her remote. This shit. Right. All right. So boom. So that's the third house influence. And then sixth house, the ninth house influence. The ninth house deals with some adventure, right? It's a free house, right? New experiences, new journeys, being able to apply ourselves to new things, to learn new things, right? But this house has to be managed right now, because if you're building a new form of a routine, a regiment, you're finding more stability through a shift in your regiment with Mars and Venus in the sixth house. You're realizing what things you should be valuing. You're realizing what things you need to be working on in order to develop your passions. The ninth house can get you caught up right now. You got to know how to be able to say, this is not the time to put my energy and time to trying to apply myself to learn this or experience that right now. All right. That's how these two houses clash with each other. Sixth house is more routine. Ninth house, we don't do routine here. We fly. All right. Keep that in mind. Next sign, the Aquarius rising. Leo in the seventh house. All right. So boom, you got Leo all up in the seventh house, Mars and Venus in the seventh house. Boy, you going through all type of relationship transformations right now. Your relationship transformations, Venus just got in here. So what Mars is doing in the seventh house was pointing out the differences in individuality. It's always going to do that when Mars gets in the seventh house. It's always going to show you how you feel like your individuality is suppressing a relationship, or how your partner is imposing their individuality, and how it may have caused imbalances in a relationship. So it's not an issue when you realize this. It's an issue about how you go about it. Do you continue to impose more? Do you become combative or forceful with your partner? What if what you realize they're pushing out, it's subconscious about it, right? So you have to be kind of wise about how your approach to the situation to your partners. Sometimes we be having the right intention, but the approach could fuck it up. Gotta know who you fucking with. Gotta know who you're fucking with. I'm a Libra. You could come at me with a crazy approach, and if you like, I could be dating a chick and she could come at me and scream at me and curse at me, and I don't play that as a grown man. But if what she just screamed was mad reasonable, it made sense, and my spirit could pick up like, fuck, I know when she said that, the real nigga in me has to acknowledge that. But depend how I respond ain't gonna be is gonna have some energy attached to it. I may not just be like, okay, let's talk about it. I'm gonna have some shit with my shit, but as a real nigga, I gotta be like, Her approach is all fucked up. Her approach all fucked up. But spiritually, I see where that came from. So you gotta be able to do that with people at times. It take a mature, experienced spirit at times. Everybody older than me in the chat felt that a little bit more than you. You 21, you 22. Y'all that ain't make no sense. This is mature talk right now. It's grown folk talk. All right. So you gotta learn how to embrace shit like that at times, man. All right. And so it get intense with Mars in the 7th house. High surges of passion in your relationships, right? You're looking for some spice, you're looking for some intensity. Oh yeah, if Mars gonna bring that shit in the 7th house, just make sure that shit ain't combative intensity. So you and your partner ain't going upside each other's heads intensity. All right. As long as we consent to everything in this motherfucker, everything gravy. Other than that, Mars, Mars got his little volatile motherfucking attributes to his ass. All right. So be careful dealing with people in general. Learn to walk away from situations right now, Aquarius rising. You are good from that. You are good for that shit, but you are also good for trying to reflect people's energies, and you're petty. It is what it is, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, rising. So sometimes there's situations you could easily walk away from, but because you feel like you smarter than somebody got over you, you're one of the top 5 signs that sometimes it'd be hard for you to charge it to the game. You try to get your get back. You take the mental game as a challenge. In your head, you like, all right, you try to get over me. All right, we gonna end this shit with me getting over. Yo, Aquarius, you good for that shit. I know you too well. You can't charge it sometimes. It's hard for you to charge it, especially if we talk about some relationship shit. So, shit. You gotta peep them imbalances and be sensitive about your approaches and be understanding with your partner's approaches. All right. Might be situations you gotta let your partner get their shit off real quick. Regulate that shit. I am Harmony just said emotional regulation. You might have to regulate somebody else. I ain't saying just have somebody talk to you crazy now. You gotta regulate that shit. But I'm just saying, you gotta manage the levels of emotional intensity in your relationships, whether you're pushing it out or your partner. Now Venus though. Venus. Who don't love a Venus in the 7th house transit, right? Who don't love a Venus in the 7th house transit? You feel me? So things get real jiggy with Venus in the 7th house because it gives you, it feels like new opportunities are opening up for you in relationships. You can start to identify where positive energy is coming from in your relationships. You can start to become more self-encouraged to make certain decisions where you're valued and appreciated more in your relationships. You can find access to more sensible harmony in relationships. Venus in 7th house is dope, right? But Mars is here, so it's just the wishy-washy. And you could be real wishy-washy right now yourself. You Aquarius rising, you could be real wishy-washy, and at times, I don't want to drag Aquarius. At times, Aquarius rising, like it could be a little hard. Like this is my placement. You feel me? I'm a late cap degree rising, so I'm talking about Mars being transit my 7th house. So I'm just me. But sometimes you get your shit called out a little bit in that 7th house. Leo in the 7th house, your partner put your first house bullshit on display. You be having a tough time saying, "Damn, that was me. That was me in the first house. That was me. That was my personal expression." Or you try to justify that shit a lot. You try to justify why your personal expression is different. Why you see things differently, Aquarius personality, first house, you so different, you unique, and everybody there's a justification for your expression all the time. Relation, no, we ain't jacking that. We ain't jacking that Mars and being in trans 7th house. No, be more transparent, be more understanding towards your partner. Consider what the fuck your partner energies, what they got going on right now. All right. So that's the boom. That's the 7th house, Mars and Venus. A lot of mood swings in the 7th house, right? A lot of emotional transformations in the 7th house, right? Imani Franklin, I don't know if you on IG, I don't know if you on YouTube, wherever you at. I appreciate that Cash App. I appreciate that. Shout out to you. All right. So yeah, when you get into that's the main thing to manage here in the 7th house. Mars, 8 out of 10 times, Mars in the 7th house is going to transform something significantly in your relationships. 8 out of 10 times. All right. A lot of the times it could just be new realizations about something you or your partner. You bringing a new realization about something you got going on individually to your partner, or vice versa. They don't have to rock the whole shit, because that's what the fuck happens in relationships. All right. If you make a commitment to be with somebody, from time to time, their thoughts and feelings change about different things. It just don't stay the same the day you met. And if you understand what commitment means, then as they go through these natural human functions, you need to give grace as much as you'd like the grace when you go through your changes, right? So relationships are serious business, and these are things that may have to be understood for you around this time, Aquarius rising. All right. Now, op houses, the first house. So you once again, you're gonna see the imbalances of what's going on in your relationship life. Do you feel like you're too submerged, you too consumed in your relationship? Life is distorting how you even want to manage things in your personal life. All right. Are you neglecting? Are you neglecting support systems? And this can even play out in a way right now, Aquarius rising. You neglecting resources of people that you know that you can shake and bake to get certain things done with what you got going on in the first house. So fuck all the intimate shit. When we just get into like just getting things to shake and bake in your first house, getting things to utilize this Mars and Venus energy in the seventh house. Be very aware of who is who's fond, who values what anything you got going on in the first house. you know these relationships have potential. When you surround yourself with people who believe in you the way you believe in yourself, then that's you being conscious about how you're developing your own environment, your own support system. You can run into a lot of opportunities, make realizations about who these people are around this time, and that could spill right into your first house. All right, so managing the seventh house right now, who you surround yourself with, can just directly tighten up your personal life. Anything you was managing in your personal life, your chart ruled by Saturn. Your whole personal life is about motherfucking management structure. You have to learn to be the biggest authority of yourself in the first house, and then people naturally see you as that, and it just creates a world of order, or an example of what order is supposed to look like. So as a Saturn Capricorn rising, that's part of both of our personal life paths, what we're supposed to be displaying personally. Op houses. So the first house, 10th house, the cardinal houses, the 10th house, you got to make sure relationship activities not distorting things at work. This is the type of shit your ass get into a whole motherfucking argument with your partner, and then you up to 5 a.m. Gotta be up at 6 a.m. for work. Call out of work. Also, at a time you're supposed to call out. You get to work late. Now you got conflict. Your mismanagement of Mars and Venus, the intense emotions or whatnot, which can be challenging, but the mismanagement of the emotions, the flares, the emotional transformations, the realizations in your relationship, it's trickling into what you're doing against stability. Now it's trickling into things dealing with your public image. That's too much. There's too much for that. We don't need all that. We need to prevent all that shit. All right. Motherfuckers start bringing issues is getting into how you motherfucking support yourself, and they're not being considerate of that. And now we gotta start making some different decisions around this motherfucker. It's coming from a Capricorn move. Stop playing. So you wilding now. Now you wild. You make me out. You ladies, ain't that what you be saying? It ain't about niggas be having you look crazy in the streets. That's the problem getting in relationships nowadays. Niggas make you look crazy. I feel that. I feel that. That's wacky when a relationship start having your personal image. Like, I was straight, my reputation straight out here. Now fucking with you got me in some whole dumb shit. I'm getting locked up. I'm getting this, that, I'm getting the fights up. Like, what the fuck going on? You fucking my whole 10th house up. Look at Zion Williamson. What I wonder what that nigga is right now. He might have these. He might be a motherfucking. I know he a Cancer son. He might be a motherfucking Aquarius rising. He don't really give me Aquarius rising first house attributes though. He giving me like Sag rising attributes, like he might. Let me see if they got his birth time. But that nigga 7th house, 10th house connection on fire right now. Shit. That nigga couldn't keep shit in his 7th house in the 7th house. It's all 10th house. It's like fuck it. He just got charged into the game now. There's nothing he could do. It's like fuck it. These niggas, I don't give a fuck. You just gotta. That's the ones you just gotta tell yourself. Like, I'm richer than all you niggas. Like fuck it, whatever, man. Oh, they do got his ascendant. He do got his ascendant. He a Aries ascendant. He a Aries ascendant. Uh, hold on. I did not know they had his birth time. Uh, so he a Aries rising. He a Aries rising. Got Libra in the 7th house. So where's the ruler of his 7th house? is in Leo. The ruler of his seventh house, he's Aries rising, so Libra's in his seventh house. That makes Venus the ruler of his seventh house. Where is Venus currently transiting? In Leo. What is the first thing we said about Venus and Leo? Things being in display. The motherfuckers making scenes, having to display things. People want to display things with their relationship life, or expressions, emotions, all of that being in display in the light center stage. So his ruler alone is already in the sign. It's in that sign. But let me see. He got Leo in the fifth house. Oh, woo! So he already get Aries rising. Facts. So you got Leo in the fifth house. So, so what was just fun for him is all over in the 10th house now. All right, he got a lot of Cancer energy. So shit, he about to have a lot of energies in his favor in some type of shape or form. You know, um, his 10th house lord is Saturn, but Saturn moves slow. So Saturn is right now. Okay. Yeah, so his tenth house lord is not in his 12th house yet, but it's in Pisces. So I watch basketball, so I know as far as his career in it now meshed in, because his career, there was a lot of question marks on it in his career. He got Saturn coming into the 12th house now. So now there's a sense of doubt, there's a sense of lostness, there's not a sense of stability of where his career is at. And then all the situation with the women just kind of made it like, yo, Zion, what's going on with you? But it was already kind of question marks on his career. So, you know, he's young. He's young. He'll figure it out. But hey, man, so that's what we got going on for my what we on? My I don't know what we on. Um Leo in the seventh house, Aquarius risings. So yeah, the cardinal houses, and then the fourth house. Make sure relationships ain't cutting too much into your privacy. Right now you can feel so submerged into the seventh house, you feel like you ain't got no fourth house. That's not a nice feeling. That's an ass feeling. It's like, damn, I'm so much in this relationship. When there was a time I felt like I needed to go home and be in my own fourth house, and I realized I made this shit the fourth house. Like, damn, I can't leave this shit. This shit everywhere. This motherfucker everywhere. I ain't got no fourth house of mine. I can't gracefully go into another room without it causing stirring some shit up. So like, make sure we don't let fourth, seventh house connections get too crazy neither as well. All right. Aquarius risings. Now, uh Capricorn risings. Leo in the eighth house. Leo in the eighth. So, um, okay, Mars loves this house, right? Mars loves the eighth house. So we already know the eighth house dealing with transformation, was behind the scenes, was behind the veil, was hidden within us, right? It also has influences dealing with finances, management of finances, joint finances. All right, but big transformation energy, big rebirth energy. So if the eighth house has big transformation energy, big we cracking up at him and Nola. Yeah, he looking crazy. He's looking crazy right now. I mean, I don't know. He just got to get it together. So if the eighth house already deals with transformation, guys, it already deals with rebirth energy. If Mars is transiting there, that just shows you how much access you have towards shifting things in your life, towards healing things in your life, getting your subconscious more stabilized around this time, aligning your intentions, your passions. Mars gets to cultivate these things in the best way when it's transiting this house. All right. So who's this again? My this Cap Rising, Cap Rising. So Cap Rising, you need to be understanding this. Whatever zone you feel like you need to get in, Mars in the eighth house, you feel like you need to be in your bubble some more. It's a great time for you to cultivate your energy, in your own space. This, that, and the third. Be a little bit more picky, a little bit more what's the fucking word? Uh, the C word. I'm gonna just say for now, be more attentive towards what energies you're attached to. You got heavy eighth house placements. You have to understand when you have heavy eighth house transits. um this is a time for you spiritually. You got to understand that you need to become more in touch with things that you usually are not acknowledging about yourself on a deeper level. Right, is a period for you to just touch these things up, face these things a little bit more, positive and negative. And I don't want to say positive or negative, but like whether it's something that's like a more traumatic type of situation, or more negative experience, or if it's something that is positive but it's been buried so long, something you want to do, something that's been dormant, is a passion, it's a goal. Mars gets in this house and it wants to transmute all of this, right? and wants to transmute all of this. So utilize that powerful ass energy. Mars in this house, and then Venus is in here. So that's the struggle part. Venus don't like to be in here, so things with love matters become more vulnerable. You are more prone to anything that you was in the dark about in your love life. You may find out certain shit right now. Anything dealing with your love life, you funny feelings about somebody you're dealing with intimately. You don't even have to have the funny feeling. If there's something that spiritually you need to really know dealing with this person, and you've been a good person, you've been a concerning person, and you've been utilizing your ninth eye and your intuition and just reading a person that you're dealing with on an intimate level, like how you should be, whatever you need to see, you'll see the shit. This person might even express something that was hidden around this time, and they was waiting for the right time to tell you. Anticipate these situations, Venus in the eighth house. Anticipate having to be more transparent how you really feel with somebody, and then not playing yourself, not trying to be vulnerable, and then this person feel like, all right, this person don't really fuck with me like that. All right, fuck it, because I was about to do this, that, and the third. Now you looking dumb because this person was finna fuck with you heavy. You really want to fuck with them heavy, but your Venus in the eighth house, oh, scary ass. Nah, I mean, like, nah, you cool, but like, like, nah, you like this motherfucker, you in love. Like, boy, will hit you like, nah, I mean, you cool, you straight. Like, damn, you that, like, how the fuck you ever gonna find anybody? Venus in a fucking transit in the eighth house, Venus in the eighth house. Loosen up some. God damn. Everything with you is extreme, either too vulnerable or intimacy. Sometimes you could be prone to just dive into it heavy, and it still become transformative. So now you just never in the middle with it. So you gotta be careful that Mars and Venus in the eighth house. We already know what else. The eighth house is dealing with temptations, desires, that strong sexual presence. You got Mars and Venus in there, so make sure all your chakras is aligned. Your decision making is on point. All right, that's all I gotta say about that one. The op houses. All right, and another thing about Venus in the eighth house. Remember, this house can bring support from other people financially. You might walk into a sponsor a little bit right now. Venus in the eighth house might find out how to find a sponsor right now. So shit. You stay on the lookout. Stay on the lookout, Cat Horizons. All right. Then the op house is the second house. So right now, you got to make sure you're weeding out your value system. Some of the shit you're dealing with right now in the eighth house, you understanding you're weeding through is because the shit you was valuing in the second house. That's why we got this gunk in the eighth house, anyways. We was valuing the wrong shit down there. Then when it created all the shit that we just threw under the bed in the closet, it took certain chances for us to be like, oh, god damn, this is the shit that was created from them negative values. So yeah, so you're learning these things right now. You're learning how you can create opportunities through these houses, valuing the right things right now, valuing the right things in general, right? And so this house has to get in order between the opposite axis, what's being transformed in the dark and what you're valuing on the surface. These things have to match identities. All right. Then the motherfucking op house, the next op house was the fixed houses. Second house. No, I just said the second house. The 11th house. There's maybe a vulnerability dealing with something that relating or interacting something that may have been hidden from you. The situations you feel like you're being spiritually pushed to communicate, relate something that may be hidden, unique, extremely individual about yourself, but it's needed to do in the situation. Embrace that. Let your individuality be seen. Two things that these houses have in common: strong Uranus energy, strong individual presence. So you don't know what type of opportunity you can create out in the world, utilizing different forms of communication, relatability, interaction to make something that was hidden start to gain more life. Like I said, eighth house, sponsors, support of other people. Support of other people is just, these are what the houses, the functions of the houses. So if Mars is in this house, Mars becomes more strategical and aware about what opportunities may happen in this sense, let alone just being able to be positioned in the right place for passions to thrive, intentions and goals to thrive. And Venus can just pull it in. Venus can pull it in this house. All right. The thing about Venus in the eighth house, sometimes receiving support, you have to make sure you're receiving it in a righteous way. Sometimes somebody could be willing to support you, and it's like, I don't know, how do I say this? Like, somebody could be supporting you. Like it's like if you knew somebody really liked you, and then they want to do a bunch of shit for you, and look, eventually eventually in their head they're looking for some type of reciprocity sooner or later, but you're never going to give that, but you continue to utilize what they have to give. That is negative. That's negative. Now if you're aware this person's looking for you to reciprocate some energy, and you let them know, like, yo, listen, I'm not going to lie, the support system you've developed into in my life. I didn't see it coming, and it just happened. I'd never take advantage of nobody because that's not who I am. But I kind of feel like you want things to go this way. Like this is just a mature adult communication. If this person could hear that from you, and this person is aware that now they know you aware of their actions. If they decide to keep doing some shit, that's on them. That's on them. You're honest. Hey, it is what it is. Maybe God did send your ass a motherfucking sponsor. It is what it is. Sometimes you ain't gotta sometimes we be overthinking the blessing. Sometimes we be overthinking the blessing. Listen, I just be saying the shit y'all don't want to say sometimes. That's all it is. Blessings come in many formats, different ways. They come in thoughts, they come in feelings, they come in people, they come in places, they come in things, they come in commercials. Listen. Can I get an ashe? So if that clicked for you, then you know what's up. Then you also, so that's the 11th house, and then the 5th house square. The 5th house square. All right. Um, confronting the inner child, confronting embracing things, dealing with well, being able to acknowledge that whatever you're bringing transformation towards, you have to make sure if there's attention developed from things that you hold on, because I was about to try to explain 3 things in one sentence. I'm wild. We know the 5th house deals with energies being displayed, right? But the 8th house is we're building transformation behind the scenes. So right now you're in a state of cultivating things. You're hibernating. You're cultivating things behind the scene as far as transforming anything dealing with that Leo energy in the 8th house. Strong, deep passions, or could be burdens of things dealing with suppressed creative energy. That's just the honest truth of how that energy can play out sometimes. You put Leo in the motherfucking 8th house. Now you got this Capricorn rising. It could start developing burdens in their life, start developing negative energy because they done got into some shit where they got too realistic with life, too Saturnish. And that Leo in the 8th house, you suppress too much creativity. To the point now, it's like it's feeling like a force getting back in tune with some creative shit you used to do effortlessly. So all my Saturnites out there, you can't be letting reality consume you a little bit too much. All right, that's that. We start our creative muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it now. Don't think your creativity ain't just like this is a muscle, just like anything else. All right, so these are things that you got to keep in mind around this time, Capricorn rising. You got to make sure that anything dealing with attention that could derive from anything you're trying to transform or your current goals, things that you're motivated to transform, you gotta embrace all that shit. You just gotta embrace all that shit. You just gotta embrace all that shit. You feel me? Sometimes you can't try to control the attention you get when you're trying to do significant things in life, different things in life, create things in life. You can only control how you respond to it. All right. And then so those are the up houses. Then we got Sag risings. The 9th house, Sag risings. Your ninth, excuse me. Capricorn rising. Yes, Sag risings is the 9th house. Leo. Yeah, that makes sense. You got Leo in that 9th house. So Mars came into your 9th house. So, right, there may be different outlets that been popping up out of nowhere that help you to adventure, journey onto new things, learn new things around this time. This could be a time you could gain a lot of new knowledge and information about a passion that you carry, or a lot of new knowledge about how to conduct something dealing with education or creativity. Somebody can aid your Mars. The Mars transit itself could just aid how you become more intentional or strategical about going about something dealing with application, education. That's the thing about Mars. Sometimes Mars in this house, when Mars gets in the 9th house, it could just be very, very active. It's just feel wild and free. Mars likes to resonate with that fire energy, right? So when Mars gets into the 9th house, you have to make sure, once again, that your activity to adventure, experience, or create, do new things, you're gonna feel them strong surges of energy. Mars transiting a 9th house, but you just got to make sure that when you got a lot of activity in the 9th house and it's Mars and Venus, oh yeah, you can run into a lot of situations where other people are just having you unstable. You're just running into opportunities to do a whole bunch of things you never experienced before. But this shit got me unstable. I don't have no sense of schedule routine. I don't have no sense of nothing. And yes, I'm supposed to be experiencing new things, learning adding a studious temperament to things dealing with my passions or to things dealing with what I value. Point blank, period. You're supposed to be learning about these things in some type of shape or form. So, you know, if you get into a state with Mars in the ninth house, you got to be careful of the competitive energy dealing with ideologies around this time. You may have a strong belief to want to do something for yourself, learn something for yourself, apply. Mars going through the ninth house, there may be a chance that you do build a new intention. You develop a new intention to do something with that involves an experience, a journey, a travel, movement, or just application of knowledge, right? And you got to make sure, you know, you're not getting into energies where you're super trying to defend what you want to do to others, how you want to experience things to others. Like everybody else got their ninth house, you go experience what the fuck you want to experience, go apply yourself, learn what you want to learn, believe, develop, study what you want to study. For some reason, Mars is just going to bring that competitive energy. I see that a lot when it travels to ninth house. Your ass could be studying the most righteous motherfucking belief system, whatever in the world. Somebody want to challenge your ass. You a whole nun. Somebody want to challenge you. Like, what the fuck you so peaceful for? What the fuck? Like it's like so. Mars in the night. Be careful of all of that stupid shit. All right. Um. My bad. My bad. I'm on deck though. I'm on deck now. So boom, you got that going on with You got that going on with motherfucking Mars in the ninth, right? You become real passionate, right? Start becoming overly prideful for things dealing with your belief system, things you want to apply yourself. Just go ahead and do it. Sometimes you don't got to defend yourself to everybody about something you want to experience and do, especially with no fucking Leo in the ninth house. You ain't gonna listen to anybody anyways. Leo too young and childish and active in the ninth house. They don't shut down experiences. So, you just gotta pick and choose with that. And Venus is in here, so there is the sense, the opposite side of a support system, of some love, of being received, having your knowledge, wisdom received. You being able to find yourself in harmonious situations where you're able to, somebody's pouring their knowledge, their experience into you because they see your potential, they see your passion, your Mars in the ninth house. They see your passion to want to learn something to stand in third. You feel me? And they want to work with you because of that, right? Probably do things, pull opportunities for you that they never do. All right, for somebody else. So you need to keep that in mind. Op houses, the third house, right? You need to make sure your local surroundings, the things that you're already familiar with, you're realizing how you may have got stuck to these certain concepts that restrict you from experiencing things in the ninth house. So Mars and Venus active in the ninth house. There shouldn't be nothing in the third house that you feel like you need to hold on to if you have opportunity to experience something in the ninth house, right? There may be opportunities to advance or expand your knowledge of something that started in the third house based off of a ninth house opportunity or a ninth house circumstance. So don't feel like you know so much that you can't learn. You are in a state to learn a whole bunch right now, to be taught a whole bunch right now, to get the best mentors and teachers in your life right now, right? So that's important. Then the 12th house, that's the other op house. So you have to be able to not overwhelm yourself with anything that you're experiencing and be in the present. Allow yourself to the more that you are in the present, because the 12th house, these are both Jupiter influences. So there's a lot of philosophical energy you're gonna be dealing with. Don't become too superstitious in the moment. Certain things may be shifting, maybe going through having certain spiritual realizations around this time. Allow yourself to be in an understanding state. Allow yourself to understand things that you're experiencing in this right now are happening in a timely reason, and things are always going to happen in a divine time type of way. So that 12th house pulling on the ninth house, Mars and Venus can have you passionate about the potential fires, what you can see, what potential of applying yourself, learning this, experiencing that, the outcomes of you creating new journeys, whatever. But with the 12th house being triggered by what's going on with the ninth house, you got to make sure that you're just able to be understanding about everything you're experiencing in the moment, in the now. Too much Jupiter energy could inflate things too much. So sometimes it's like you are too superstitious, you are adding way too much meaning or overthinking too much instead of just flowing with natural experiences being presented to you in a way. Like, don't be too spiritual out this motherfucker. All right. So the totas could kind of add that like philosophical confusion. Like it's the best way to kind of describe it. All right, in a way. The ninth house helps you push out the experience, helps you create the experience. The 12th house helps you to understand and dissolve the experience. Okay. Stop trying to, basically what I'm trying to say, stop trying to super dissolve the experience while you're in it. I'd used way too much fucking words to say that, but basically. And then the square to the ninth house, square to the sixth house. All right. So schedule routine. Can't make sure that get too wacky around this time. All right. Mars and Venus could say to hell with the sixth house right now. We don't care about the sixth house right now. Can't make sure that get too wacky and you disregard the sixth house. And you didn't experience, you didn't learn. We spiritually expanding like a motherfucker in the sixth house, but we just got fired. We just got we spiritually expanded in the ninth house, but we just got fired like a motherfucker in the sixth. Your ass really going through some new experiences like a motherfucker right now. You disregard the sixth house because your ninth house is too active. That'd be one of the main transits have you feeling unstable. One of the main transits. Your sixth house getting triggered and you ain't paying nothing to you paying no attention to that. You like we lit in the ninth house. All right. All right. Let's not make that mistake. All right. The more routine and scheduled you actually are, actually creates more pockets for Mars and Venus to do their thing in the ninth house. If you're scattered in the sixth house, then it's going to scatter whatever potential opportunities Mars and Venus could bring to do new things. When you're in order, when you're structured, you ain't even got to think about where your pockets are to do things. You know when you're free, you know how your time scheduled, you know what you could take care of. So let's make sure these two areas are intact. My Sag rising, shout out to my Sag risings. Scorpio risings. Now, Scorpio rising, your 10th house is lit up with Mars and Venus in here. So you're going through transformations within the career space, how you navigate career, anticipate new intentions of how you want to develop things in career, anticipate a new surge of trying to conquer shit in career and working through obstacles. This is a great energy attitude to have with Mars in the 10th, because the 10th house is known to place a motherfucking restriction or tell you you need more time before you build and structure something. Mars get in there and embrace it. Like, I bet I got all the energy in the world. You do. I don't care how much time this shit take. I'm down. I'm down. So you can find yourself getting closer to making more stronger commitments towards something you really want to put your energy, into in the 10th house, a public image, a form of career, anything you're stabilizing that you're building right now. There's going to be a strong sense of self encouragement. Y'all got to understand, Mars is exalted in this motherfucker. So that's something I actually want to make a video and talk about, how energy placements that are deemed powerful get the best of people. Power is mishandled in society and it's mishandled energetically a whole lot. We didn't have mystic schools and all this shit for no reason when we were younger. I mean, in back in the day. All right. We were way more aware about making sure that our motherfucking lineage and our children and we were making sure that we were helping them cultivate their powers. That was a different time. We were dealing with different energies back then, and magic ain't go nowhere, right? Magic ain't go nowhere. So if you could see a physical, a man-made society way of man mishandling power, don't think it can't happen energetically. Some of us have placements that we till this day it got the most power in the world. It got the most power in the world. I'm ending this on IG. It got the most power in the world, but that shit we still don't know how to control that motherfucker. We still don't know how to control that motherfucker. So that's how it could play out with exaltations a whole lot of the time. All right. So hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second, y'all. Quick bathroom break. All right, y'all. I just want to post this on IG real quick. Where we at? Was I about to start something new? Was I already on something? I was about to start something new, y'all. I know whoever turn it was going to tell me right now. I don't know. You was on us, bro. Hey, you was on us. Shit. Don't lose that focus now. Yeah, I don't know what I want to type. Mars. Okay. So Mars exalted, 12th house. Okay. So yeah, y'all, Mars exalt who are we, if we talk about Leo in the 10th, this is Scorpio risings. Um yeah, Mars in the 10th. You have to make sure that you're at least open to seeing where you could learn or make or pick up from external references of what you're doing in the 10th house. It could create a great, you could channel great focus with what you're doing in the 10th house. Great place to bring passion to, right? But exaltation, like I said, power, right? Power, you could get overwhelmed by this power. I have a Mars, Pluto, Mercury stellium in my 10th. So that's all my career has been. And I'm super transparent about it. But like, I could get overwhelmed the whole lot and managing how hard I do things. And like all of that can be hard to manage sometimes with all that passion in the area where it's nice to have it, but it's like you constantly getting the best of your ass. It's like raising a little motherfucking pit bull. The motherfucker stubborn as hell. All right. You ain't get it all the way in the baby stages. Motherfucker grown up a little bit. You still trying to teach a dog old tricks and shit. So I skipped no, so this ain't wait. Leo in the 10th. We went through Leo in the 9th. That was Sag Risings. We did Capricorn, Sag Risings, Leo in the 9th. Yeah, we Scorpio Risings, Leo in the 10th. And then Libra and Virgo last. Yeah, Libra and Virgo the last ones. Lipsky. So uh 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 um Scorpio in the first, so Leo in the 10th. House is charged up. A lot of activity here. Could be a lot of different levels of persuasion you're dealing with Venus in the 10th house. So people right now can feel like they know what's best for you in your 10th house. So you might have to stay a little 10 toes down for what you really want. But like I said, you got to be open to support, making sure you're not too stubborn, fixed, or dialed in into what you want to do in career. And when people are telling you the right things to do, the right decisions, that you consider them. Okay. Don't let Mars feel too to the point it feel like it can't learn from somebody, right? Feel like it can't learn nothing right now. And we know Mars has them stubborn tendencies. So if it's in a place where it's super stimulated, that only creates more potential for that. Good thing Venus is in here, helps you to be more cooperative. Man, listen, Mars and Venus in the 10th house transit is fire. Who is this again? I'm bugging. Hold on. Feel like I snapped out energetically. I feel like I tapped out energetically a little bit just now. Who are you talking about again? I really realized this is a fire transit. Scorpio risings. Oh yeah. You're not hearing from the Scorpio risings right now. Now that I really think about, like, I'm bugging. I really just kind of fake tapped out a little bit, y'all. For a little Scorpio risings. Yeah, you ain't really hearing from them right now. Their ruler is in a house that's about getting to it. You feel me? And then on top of that, Venus in the 10th house always gonna help you to see the potential of where things could grow. You see the potential of where things could grow. You seeing motherfuckers is help aiding you where to get resources for it. You find more ways of how to support your own shit, how to self-support your own shit. You're falling more in love with the process of building something and seeing results from it. That might be the most empowering thing that happens throughout this transit for those who have things in motion right now. If you are Scorpio rising right now with these type of energies transiting here, you could find yourself having these phases of super, uh, reinforcement with your confidence and everything, seeing certain things shift off of something you've been building, you know. Sometimes when that happened, that could just make somebody even go crazier. Something you was working your ass off to see move, and you start to see progress, you start to see something shift. Like y'all might have that type of phase with something right now, and start wanting to devote yourself even more. So, just make sure you're not jumping into much unnecessary competitive energies in this field. Not let nobody take advantage of your energy. Make sure and let's get to the op houses. But that's the thing, you got Venus in here, so you gotta love this house. I forgot who I was just saying this to, but Venus in the 10th house, your ability to show you love what you want to do in your 10th house, what you're building, you're connected to it, you're pouring into it, you value it, you value what type of imagery you have to display in the world, so your social status, all this shit, that the people will value that more. You have to be able, you cannot not value it. You have to give it to the world and expect people to value what you have. This is whatever you're doing. This is your art. This is your brand. I mean, say some people got some talents that they just so gifted. They just so talented with something. It's like they could not give a fuck about it. And it's just like the world wants them to care. So some people be having that shit going on. And a lot of us do it in different ways in our own lives, right? Some people see the things we're good at. We don't value it like that. And they wish they did it that good. While it might be some shit they do good and they not value. So like we all do this shit. All right. But when it comes into Mars and Venus in the 10th house, that type of energy, and then Leo, you got Leo in the 10th house, Scorpio rising. So part of your life path is understanding. We're gonna talk about this with the signs moving through the 10th house series, but you have to understand with Leo in that 10th house, part of your life path is understanding how to embrace popping out. Scorpio risings, your life path, you do show us how to be in tune with the subconscious. Scorpio risings, those are them friends that be showing their other friends how to not be so hot. They move so hot, be so loud. Okay, teach you how to be more of substance than just what's being seen. All right, more substance than style, not more style than substance. So that's really how Scorpio risings move. And when they do pop out, they be sharp. They got Leo in the 10th house, so when they do pop out, they do be looking sharp. But Scorpio got to learn how to embrace that energy some more. It's one thing when it's already your personality to be to yourself. You do your own thing. That boom, 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 whatever, boom. Like you should, have a great relationship with self and be able to be to yourself. Cool. But when you run from opportunities to be the face, be seen, embrace something in the 10th house, or you're good at something, you're getting reinforcement, confirmation, affirmation from others to project, display something, and you still have that internal battle of being seen for that. Now that's something that's called a challenge now. That's what you have to embrace. And Scorpio rising, this is what you may be going through because your first house is the op house. So that's the first square right there that you're going to be dealing with at this time. All right. Then you have the 4th house, right? So the 10th house. Then you got the 4th house. Be careful of people you look up to, family members, loved ones, with their outlooks, their disagreements, or you not being able to agree with the things that your decisions you're making in the 10th house, or not understanding your view of things in the 10th house. You got to be able to consider where they're coming from, understand the difference between concern and hate. Concern and nagging is two different things, right? To this day, my mom wish I got a Nigerian family, y'all. If you ain't a lawyer or a motherfucking doctor, we should have threw you away at birth. I swear, you ain't got no value. You ain't the lawyer or doctor. You're not a true Nigerian. So, but my mom, like this type of situation, like you have to learn when to know to. There's certain battles, certain things you don't have to defend because it's already a decision you made in your personal life. Sometimes we try to embrace these situations, communicating and relating because of the respect or the care or the value we have for loved ones. But then there's times where it's just like when that connection can't be made, what can you do? What can you do? Because they have a 1 through 12th house, just like you have a 1 through 12th house, right? So that's what happens. be careful anticipating these type of situations right now. Make sure the 10th house is not so stimulated that there's such an imbalance between your 4th and your 10th right now. Um, and you feel taxed. Um, then the 7th house. A lot of things can transform for you right now, Scorpio rising. Make sure your 7th house is they're understanding that, and they understanding your program right now. You on program time in Scorpio. You got Mars in the 10th house, so you pretty much intentional, and you're pretty much intentional on what type of shifts you want to see in your 10th house. And there may even be some things dealing with resistance or dealing with negative energy that's actually playing out as the motivating factor for you to take initiative and change something in your 10th house. So right now, you can't be overwhelming yourself trying to get everybody in yourself in your 7th house on the same page. Like, we're not doing all of that. We're not doing all of that. We is not doing all of that. Scorpio rising. Hell no. All right. Let 7th house adjust and transform how they do. All right. Let them adjust and transform how they do based off of what you're projecting in the 10th house. But this is a great time to think about your image. This is a great time for you to do some type of some self observation time, and make decisions about what type of transformations or shifts you want to take place with how you gain stability, what you're comfortable with doing with gaining stability. You want to think ahead a little bit right now. Just don't be so giddy and passionate in the moment. You're not thinking ahead of things, which you feel like you're going to be able to maintain in the long term. All right, because Mars and Venus can have you so excited in this house. You make decisions for things within what you're doing long term, or you jump ahead with certain things, and you don't want to add more responsibility than what you're taking care of in the present right now, just because you feel so much energy. You see things in motion, you see things flowing in that house, or things pushing you in that house. So make sure you're not just jumping into extreme energies and you're just taking things one day at a time. Like I said, we're all dealing with what could be like sped up intense energies with Mars and Venus in the same house. All right. Astrology wisdom. I'm trying to manifest how I want to be seen in the world. You ain't trying to, you're doing it. You got the intention, and whatever action you're taking place towards that's it. You're spiritually, you're cooking up. Spiritually, you already started cooking up. You're already in motion. All right. So you already got it, gang. Um, so those the op houses. Yep. Fourth, seventh, first, fourth, your cardinal placements, right? Cardinal houses. Last two signs. Libra rising in the month in building. All right. Shout out to my Libra risings. Leo in the 11th house. Leo in the 11th house. So when you got Leo in the 11th house, you know, sometimes you may feel like your creativity or things about you that you'd like to be seen. And yeah, this has to a lot of other factors could play in this depending on where your sun is at, what sun sign you are and whatnot. But as far as the Libra rising, um with Leo in 11th house, sometimes it could feel like your attention is always seen in places that are not close to or close around you, or there's a lack of attention when it comes into your personal life, when it comes into close relationships, and you always meet alternative relationships, outside relationships that sometimes embrace you, give you some more warmth, some of that sunlight, some more than others. So you can feel like that sometimes, especially if you're a Libra rising and your sun is in any house from the 7th through the 12th. If it ain't in the first through the 6th houses, you could definitely relate to this more than others. You can feel like, yo, and this is not to say your parents don't love you. This is not to say yo your close friends. It's not to say that. Like, you know, there was a time I was one of the there was a time I was the top basketball player in New York City, and being scouted nationally and being on TV. My mom really had no clue. She knew I was good at basketball, but she really had no clue. That didn't mean she wasn't supporting me or trying to no, that don't mean that. So, uh when it comes into having Leo in the 11th house, you just may naturally have a life like that. It's like your attention, your praise usually comes from outside sources, and that usually can create situations in your life where that provided a lot of confirmation with things dealing with your expression. You know, you be singing in the house or whatnot, but it wasn't until you started going to boarding school and somebody heard you sing, your close friends and everybody around you standing third. But then you moved somewhere, you started going to boarding school, and people in there, like, for some reason they heard you sing, and they're like, yo, damn, this shit fire. But people around you, they got used to that shit. I'm like, yeah, my girl can sing, yeah. What about it? What about it? Like, fuck you mean, what about it? She sing better than Mariah. Let's do something about it. Shit. What you mean, what about it? So Libra rising sometimes, man, boy, Libra risings. I'm a Libra sun. So I already understand relatable energy just in general, even though they're two different placements. But I know Libra risings, they kind of damn, I kind of don't want to say that. It's just having strong Libra placements is very important. Everybody's upbringing in childhood is important, but Libras are just at a young age probably some of the most gullible people in general. Libras can be some of the most gullible people in general. So a Libra can become, you know, you could say a Libra's most passive, this, that, and the third, but if a Libra was raised around a bunch of gangsters and shooters, you better believe that Libra gonna be a fucking shooter. And they may be a shooter with no sense on top of that. That's all they know. If they're around a lot of the trigger happy shooters, they're gonna become a trigger happy shooter. That might be what the Libra think is to do. Like I'm just relating. I'm going a part of the. I'm just aligning with the gang, with the team. So relationships for air signs at young ages, Libras at young ages, boy, that should be so. My mom used to tell me at a young age, she's scared for me because she feel like I want to do what everybody else want to do. And I really felt like she was tripping for that because I felt like you see things that make you think that, but you don't know what I'm seeing when I leave this house to know what I'm saying no to. So that's why I didn't like her saying that. I'm like, you don't know what I say no to. You'd probably be happy and proud if you know what I'm saying no to, living where we live and what I'm exposed to. Look how that rhyme. But growing up, now that I'm getting older, I could tell why she was saying that because she could probably just see strong ass relatable energy coming from me, and she was concerned as a mother that where we at, the environment we're in, that I'll just get into being too relatable at the wrong. She just didn't really probably know how to articulate it at that time, but that was basically spiritually what she was picking up, especially as an air son. So, yeah, guys, but so yeah, that's just something I wanted to I just want to make sure my Libra rising, they know I feel you. I know I get that when you feel like that, and it's not really a negative or bad thing. You can't hold your loved ones because of that. It's just sometimes that's how our life is set up. Sometimes we just get certain energies from certain places, you know. It is what it is. Y'all ever watch the interview of a popping celebrity for something, an artist, a celebrity, this and the third, and you hear their parents say something, they're like, "Yeah, I never knew they were into that. I didn't know until the fucking I didn't know this little nigga rap. I didn't know she sing. I didn't know she had 5 million followers on YouTube. But I didn't know he was a vlogger. I didn't know none of this shit. I thought he was fucking around on the camera. How many times you see shit like that? Whether it's in this generation or so, you know, you got to carve your every spirit got their own path what they got going on. You just can't feel resentment because everybody you feel like you're not getting the eyes and the attention and support you're supposed to be getting. Create that. Create it for yourself. You can create that. You know, that ain't nothing but a little ritual. That ain't nothing but a little magic trick, creating some attention in a positive way, creating positive support, creating positive eyes. All right. You know, so, anyways, not to get too deep into that, which I pretty much did, but Venus and Mars in the 11th house. So, for one, it's a lot of activity opportunities for you to interact into new people, places, and things you ain't never interact with before in your life. You got two planets, you got some good activity going on 11th house. A stranger approach you, listen to what they got to say. Somebody you don't know want to talk to you about something, listen to what they got to say. Somebody you don't know inviting you to a place you've never been, you know, be cautious. Might be some opportunity over there. All right. What's the opportunity? It might be something that has to do with your creative passions. It might be something that has to do with what you value, you know, when it comes your value system in general. You know, this is gonna be a place where if you're single and you're trying to mingle, you might find something to mingle with if you allow yourself to be in the 11th house. That go for everybody that got Leo in the air house right now. That go for all the earth. That's all the earth risings, I think. But if you got Leo in the air house, love is dormant for you. Just being interactive, being social. You know. So I like Mars transit in 11th house because it gives you more of a sense of how your individuality could be related and accepted with something that you may be wanting to do. You can find more confirmation within that. Know that it can be related, it can be accepted, even though it's something that's individual. Then Venus is kind of what's helping that. You know, Mars was stimulating its passion and attention, you know, in order to feed certain concepts about certain things they may want to apply itself towards. Because Mars in 11th house can get real passionate about studious things. So a lot of you guys, what is this again? It's Libra risings. A lot of Libra risings around this time, you may get real studious about applying yourself towards astrology, tarot, some shit right now, some spiritual shit. Something may really grasp your attention. You become real passionate about it, and you're losing sleep. You're going to sleep late watching videos. Like, you can get that attached to something right now with Mars and Venus in your 11th house, because it's going to be something that's 11th houses, something you don't know, something that you was unaware about, something somebody there's somebody young right now with this transit. They're going to find out about natal charts. They knew about zodiac signs, and they're just about to find out about natal charts during this transit, and they're going to be like, no the fuck way, I thought it was just the sun sign shit. A lot of motherfuckers with this transit, a lot of Libra risings. All right. Or you're gonna be just aware of the things that's going on in society. So it's doors for new levels of awareness about what's going on in the world. And in addition, additionally, spiritual concepts. There's a lot of potential for that to be happening in your life right now. And this is a lot of what can shift your outlook on transformations, your outlook on relationships, and the transformations that may take place in relationships. It could be due to concepts with belief systems, certain advancements you're making internally when it comes into belief systems, spirituality. When you start paying attention to things mentally or feeding yourself more things spiritually, you realize you become more sensitive towards any type of any type of conversation, or this, that, and the third. So yeah, I know how it goes on this good old spiritual journey, right? Yeah, I know how it goes. So um I think those are the most important things. Allow yourself to be in a space where you can relate things you're individually into. If it's mutual friends pulling you into the 11th house, great opportunities. Don't You have a good feel for it, jump into a networking energy. You got 11th house, obviously we got networking opportunities, right? So don't be afraid to embrace human interaction. All right, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Don't even think about what you're saying. Just talk to the motherfucker. Talk to the motherfucker, you know the motherfucker already. All right, that may create opportunity for you. All right, so but and Venus is in here. Remember, Venus is in the 11th house. So is this the time you get support from somebody you least expected it? Venus in the 11th house, you start valuing something that it was a abstract concept to you, but it starts becoming a real transformative concept in your life in some type of shape or form. So things that seem intriguing from a spiritual educational perspective may be able to help you really make tremendous shifts in your life around this time with Mars and Venus transit in 11th house. And once again, really shift your outlook on who you surround yourself with. Right now, op house is fifth house. Got to make sure that you're willing to embrace your expression in the 11th house. But a lot of you guys are already kind of conditioned to do that based off what I was saying earlier. A lot of you guys are already used to people that don't really know you appreciating or wanting to give praise for something that dealing with your expression or how you're seeing your self identity. So that's something you can actually flow a little bit more of with, even though it's an op house. But there will be energies with you potentially having to embrace expression amongst people you don't really know. So make sure you don't get into no heated situations, because you got now Mars and Venus in 11th house, and you kind of projecting a little bit, or you're not aware of your tone approach dealing with environments and people that you're unfamiliar with. That could be real subconscious right now. Op house, uh, second house, second house. Okay, I have Sun and Venus in the 11th house. So let me know the art of being reacts. And I'm guys, I got something in the works right now. All right, I got something in the works. I just want to get back into routine, get back into getting things in motion. But you know, for the people watching this now, replay this. I want to, I want to, for one, I want to start doing more interacting. So bringing people up in the panel and talking about whatever the fuck we're gonna be talking about as I do live streams. And I'm about to start an astro dating show, y'all. I'm about to start an astro dating show. I'm still in the makings of it. All right, but this I'm gonna create a space for people that are already into these things to be able to you know put themselves out there, interact, connect. Who else better to do this than the lucky Libra? All right. So I'm trying to do something big here, man. I'm trying to do something big here. All right. I know us in this community, we get condemned for being into what we being into. So you know what? We're gonna create a love hub for this shit. All right. We're gonna create a love hub hosted by the lucky Libra. All right. So I don't know how soon I want to do this. I don't know if my platform is at where it's at, so it could be balanced, because I want it to be at a point where I check my analytics, so I don't know if I could get as much as a balanced effort that I want from the males to participate with the women on the channel. So I'm gonna have to go through some trial and errors, run some things out. But that's just a little preview for that. I really didn't want to bring that shit up. Like, I really didn't want to bring that shit up. I don't care if nobody steal ideas and shit. Ain't nobody gonna flex that shit the way we flex that shit. So yeah, look out for that. So, all right. So that's that. So op houses, was that all the op houses for the Libra rising? Did the opposite house, fifth house, right? Boom. The second house. So the second house for the Libra rising, um, there may be circumstances around this time that you have to embrace. Do I need a co-host? Like I may need multiple co-hosts. It's gonna be an interactive show. I can have some co-hosts, you never know where it goes. Like, you feel me? I got big plans, but my problem is, like I said, y'all, my moon is on my ascendant with Neptune. They all together. So sometimes I have a way of, just like I was just telling my Sag and Pisces, I could expand shit a little bit too much before I get to the groundwork. So I don't want to do that with this. So but it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. All right. I know my mod's in the building. I'm just getting back on. I appreciate seeing all y'all names and faces in here. So I just want to get back a little momentum, get a little motion, get some time to shoot it out there for everybody. Get energetically prepared to get their shit off. I don't know if I want to pull people charts up, make it an option. So I'm still figuring things out, but I got like kind of like some of the main foundation of what I kind of want to do. All right. So that's that. But so the second house, Libra risings, you gotta understand right now when your second house, when you got activity in 11th house trigger in your second house, if your second house deals with your value system and 11th house deals with outside, there's gonna whatever activity you could do to feel more sure, more confident in yourself, whether it's working on your craft, anything that you see understand impacts your self-esteem in any type of shape or form. You want to do what you can to move yourself in the most positive space with your self-esteem, because this can directly affect opportunities to interact with people in the 11th house. You don't want to be in a state where you're doubting yourself, you're underestimating yourself, or and like I said, our self-esteem, this and that, yeah, we're humans, we're going through this human experience, so we go through different shifts with that shit. But you are in a space where people in 11th house can appreciate your shit more than you do. So we don't want to block opportunities by downplaying our own shit right now. All right. And what's in your second house? Got Leo in the what's the next fixed sign? Scorpio. Yeah, Scorpio in the second house. Yes. You need to hear this. You needs to hear this right now. You needs to hear this right now, Libra rising. I'm bugging out. Why did it take me so long to guess where a house for Libra rising is? As always the opposite. You got Scorpio in the second house. So yes, this is you will manifest some potentially uncomfortable. You will potentially manifest some uncomfortable situations where something that the world need to see, people need to see. You know you good at it. At this point, you know you good at it. You talented at it. You probably already working towards it, but you might be on some overthinking, unprepared, feeling like you be unprepared, and it might get pulled on in the 11th house, and you got to deal with the vulnerability of bringing that shit from a hidden space into a Leo expressive space. So if there's a craft, sharpen it up. You don't know who finna pull your card. You don't know who finna pull your card. Oh yeah, my site is not up right now because I'm also changing that up right now. I'm also changing that up too. So anybody that's really serious about readings, I try to post it in my whatever. Like, you could just email me right now and we could just take it from there. All right. But yeah, so um I don't want to lose my thought. I was at second house. So yeah. So you just want to make sure you're devoting your time in your effort to whatever craft or whatever it is that you do value, because it's gonna trigger the second house, and you don't want to be in a situation where people see something in you in the 11th house. You're not aware they're scouting you. You're not aware they're observing you. You're not aware they're in a position to help or support you or relate to you or build with you. But that spark of potential they saw in you, you didn't fulfill it. Like, you didn't believe in yourself. That could be like, oh, I don't want to fuck with this person. I don't want to invest in this person like this no more. Fuck it. That's whack. Let's not do that. Let's not kill the opportunity before it even come. All right, based off of vulnerability of expression. Fuck it, express it. They don't like that shit. They don't like how I sing. They don't like how I rap. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Motherfucker introduce you to somebody can sign your ass, change your life. Now this shit a little different. Like you in that type of energy. And then the other op house, the eighth house. The eighth house. So talk about hitting. Oh yeah. Yo, Libra rising. You got Scorpio in the second house squaring your 11th house activity, right? Embracing hidden talents, having to deal with the vulnerability of expressing hidden talents, hidden positive traits about yourself, you know? And then you got the eighth house pulling on that shit. So your potential to develop the physical circumstance to have to express it, and then you dealing with the mental, internal, emotional shifts of having to develop positive affirmation around this time because it's easy for your eighth house to bring up a time where something didn't go in your favor. Eighth house is easy for you to think, feel deeper than what the situation even is. You know, make you hold your passion, make you hold your creative craft or something that Leo energy needs is trying to display, push out in the 11th house, but these two houses with all this eighth house Scorpio energy is making you hold it back for some reason. That let's not block opportunities, Libra rising. Come on, Libra rising. Come on. All right. You already have you have such your personality. A lot of y'all, you be the worst person in the world, but y'all personality be so motherfucking warm. People just want to let you jump into shit. So like so right now you in an interactive space with Mars and Venus in 11th house. So utilize shake and bake with your personality and allow it to, you know, manifest them natural opportunities. And when them opportunities come, any sense of vulnerability, make sure you express yourself in the most transparent way, whether it's something dealing with, your viewpoints, the way you think about things, or your art in general, your business plans, anything you could network and relate. All right. Them opportunities may develop. And you may also come into some situations with the 11th house naturally squaring the second house. Certain concepts that you come around this time, whether it's spiritual concepts, your belief systems may start to shift things dealing with tradition, family tradition that you grew up on. Understand that. You may have to find balance between things that you were raised on, or may start to realize things dealing with your spiritual concepts is going to clash with, traditions or close loved ones or things or like that, parents like that, maybe shit like that, because you are in a space to run into a lot of new different spiritual concepts or, things that really transform the way you think about a lot. All right, with Mars and Venus transiting here around the times that we're in. Okay. And lastly, my beloved Virgo risings. My beloved Virgo risings. All right. See, now we getting back to what we doing, like long ass lives, 4-hour lives. Now we back. Now we back. Now I feel like I'm back. That live, I did an hour live earlier in the week. I'm like, nah, that ain't me. That ain't me right there. I do lives till I pass out. Now I know I'm really back in my shit. All right. Now, what's the name? Who we on? Virgo risings. Virgo risings. All right. Where's Leo at? In that 12th house, baby. All right. All that good old activity about to get up all in your front. Ooh, it's about to be your time. So, ooh, summer, baby. Summer rising, baby. Virgo rising. Okay, yeah, I know Virgo rising. You feeling good around this time? You should be feeling good around this time, Virgo rising. You should be feeling good right now. It always feel good when you about to have a lot of planets move up in that person's house. You know, you got a lot of planets at that end shift, like at that 11th, 12th house. You start to feel new beginnings. You start to feel like these planets, by the time they get in the first house, new cycles. These motherfuckers are revitalized. They don't pass through my 11th. They don't pass through my 12th. I done gave these energy time to pass through my subconscious. I was crystallizing a master plan when these motherfuckers was transiting my 12th house. First house, it's time to let that shit fly. Let whatever fly. All right. So shout out to all my Virgo risings in the building. Okay. Y'all's damn near like top 5. I think I always say this, like y'all damn near is top 5 signs I attract placements the most. Like I know Virgo rising for anything. I know Virgo rising that do hair. I know Virgo rising that babysit. I know Virgo rising that's a surgeon. I know Virgo rising astrologer. I know Virgo rising that cut my hair. I know Virgo rising braid my hair. I know Virgo rising sell weed. I know Virgo rising work at Amazon. I know a Virgo rising that work at Nike. I know a Virgo rising that do holistic health. I know a Virgo rising vegan. I know a Virgo rising eat everything. I know a Virgo rising do everything. Them niggas is Bob the Builder for real. And one thing I be noticing about the Virgo rising, the Virgo sun know they know how to put shit together. Sometimes the Virgo rising don't be knowing they that nice with it. I noticed that. The Virgo sun know they nice with they shit. Like, yeah, you incompetent motherfuckers. Virgo rising be needing way more affirmation at times. It's like, no, you smart as hell. You blowing minds. Like, how you gotta tell somebody they smart? You're smart. Ain't a smart person supposed to know they smart? Sometimes you gotta tell Virgo rising that shit. I don't get that shit. I be having to get on y'all ass sometimes, Virgo rising. Cause it's different. Cause every placement different, man. We need to do a live with the difference between the sun, moon, rising of every sign. That's another good one. I always get all these fucking ideas when we live streaming. And then when I want to do a random John, I can't think of nothing. I'm like, no, that don't resonate with nothing. That don't resonate with nothing that's going on right now. So, but yes, the Virgo sun be a little cocky with they shit. Y'all notice that shit? Virgo sun, Virgo rising. I mean, Virgo sun. They smart, they intelligent, they talented with something. You ain't. They know that shit. It might be a little. They might be a little. They still might be a little. Maybe shy, or maybe, you know, you just not gonna have to beat it in their head sometimes. They're like, yeah, I know I'm smart. I know I does that well, this, and the third. Like, it's up to me what I want to do with the talent. Like, stop pressing me to do this, and the third with my talent. So they give you that type of energy. The Virgo rising, you got to get on their ass a little bit. Like, nah, I ain't gonna let you waste all this shit. No, because this is part of their life. This is what they learn how to become a master builder and you put Mercury to work in a divine way and not let Mercury drive their ass crazy. You got Mercury ruling your chart now. So sometimes it's so easy to talk yourself out of shit. It's so easy, you know. But that's that. But so Virgo rising, shout out to all my Virgo risings. 12th house is real stimulated, guys. It's very easy for you guys to be in a state of isolation right now. It's so easy for you to feel like fucking somebody up is the release you need. Fucking somebody up might be the third. Because you understand, 12th house be dealing with release, emotional release, spiritual releases, ending of cycles. It's a therapeutic kind of place to like you want to. The 12th house is a place where you could transit and get lost, but in a positive way, right? Sometimes we could be going through a lot of shit in life, and we just a day of saying fuck everything could kind of make you feel better dealing with everything the next day. It's like I just had to have a day to say fuck everything going on in the physical realm. I just need to float a little bit. Sometimes that'd be all right. Sometimes it get you back in your shit. At least you'll be a little bit in a better headspace to deal with the bullshit the next day. 12th house placements, Pisces placements, they good at this. They know how to say fuck the world for 24 hours and then come back on Monday and be like, all right, what happened? Those 24 hours I said fuck everybody. They kind of good at that shit, you know, because, you know, they already live somewhere else. And, you know, when you got Mars and Venus transit in the 12th house, if you don't fit into a Virgo rising program right now, they don't really care about you. You might have a Virgo rising you was dealing with right now. You might have a Virgo rising you was, see, that's the thing. Sometimes you take these Virgo placements for granted. You might have a Virgo rising putting all this effort caring for you. When y'all got into shit, you seen how much they was emotionally invested into like the concern and the argument is that there. You start taking that for granted. You start thinking they're gonna be like that all the time. Right now, they got motherfucking Mars and Venus transit 12th house. First of all, you don't know what everything in this house hitting to. You don't know what type of shit Venus exalted here. You don't know what type of opportunities people is bringing them right now. You thought you had this Venus, you thought you had this Virgo rising in the palm of your hand. It's somebody look better than you, doing better than you, offering them everything in the world right now. They just trying to heal though. You over there thinking they down and everything. They trying to do their thing and heal. They got somebody else trying to upgrade them right now, take them to another world. Somebody is probably taking them to another world. Well, Venus just got in here. So I don't know if it started that quick yet, but Mars is in here. So just know anything dealing with Virgo risings, anything dealing with what they want to experience or something that looks like a thrill, a nice experience, they at the edge of not wanting to give a fuck about what other people feel about that shit. Depending on what they've been through right now, depending on how they've been conditioned with certain things, if there's certain things in this 12th house that's been suppressed, When you got a nice Mars transit through here, oh yeah, these things can get new life, but in a no host bar type of way. However the fuck you say that shit first, it could be in a cutthroat type of way though, because Mars is already active, and the 12th house don't really have boundaries. So it's up to this person to put the boundaries on how far they go into experiencing or journeying new things. But Mars is just gonna keep going in the 12th house. Most planets keep going, so you got to chuck a motherfucker in this. You lose your dog in this house, like you lose your kid in this house. I remember one time I was young as hell. I was fucking around or what I was doing. You know, black mothers don't play. Black mothers, y'all just built different. I think a black mother should be president of the motherfucking. If every state union, if everything that needs a president was a black mom, not just a black woman. That's those two different things. Those two different things. Black woman, black mom. Those two different things. If a black mom was the head of Russia, president of the United States, this world be intact. It should be in order. Shit would be structured a little bit out this motherfucker. All right. Tell ya, because listen, when you got motherfucking I remember I was mad young. I think I was with my mom. I was with my mom. I don't remember where we was at, but I think I was doing some bullshit playing around by the train station. Train about to come and shit. She probably was telling me, hurry up, the train coming. So I was probably doing some bullshit. She got on that shit. I'm young as I don't know shit about trains. Listen, I don't know where the fuck I was at. I'm talking about young. Yeah, this ain't no cell phone back in these days. This is back in payphone days. Some of y'all don't know what a payphone is. Some of y'all don't want to know how to use one of them motherfuckers. She left my ass in that shit. I thought I was gonna die. Some shit happened to you like that when you young, you really think it's the end of your life. Like, oh shit, is over. I'm never making it back home. You think you about to be home, you think your life is over. Hey, I didn't know what the fuck to do. All I know is that it must have been 15 minutes later. My mom just come back on the other side. I'm sitting there crying like a little bitch and shit. She's like, get your ass on the fuck. You see what the fuck happened. Next time I ain't gonna come the fuck back. It's gonna have to be a police officer or something to bring your ass back. Listen, in some eyes, that's damn near child abuse. In some eyes, that is serious child neglect. But if you really spiritually in tune, you know that was the best fucking way to go about the situation. Leave your fucking kid right there. I hope when I come back, you're not even here because somebody took your dumb ass. You really been pissing me off this week, so I'll be kind of good without your ass this week. When I get paid on Friday, hopefully they bring your ass back. When I get paid on Friday, I feel better about dealing with your little ass. There you go. Black women know how to deal with some shit. All right, that's what it is, man. All right. This is one of them situations that I was talking about earlier where, and if you look at it from a super square, super linear human, what's realistic, right? That shit may seem fucked up. Like, no, spiritually, no. Spiritually, my mom knew what the fuck she was doing. I bet you I ain't fucking around at the train station with her ass anymore. I bet you I was on her motherfucking hip at the train station after that motherfucker. I bet you. Shit. Anyways, I don't miss a train. To this day, I won't miss a fucking train. Shit, I got train trauma from that motherfucker. Every time I hear a train, I start getting chills at this moment. When I get into the airport, I can't even take the train shit that transfer you to motherfucker. I can't even get on them shits. We need a special transportation. Anything with a train, I can't do it. Locomotives, anything. This nigga start having flashbacks. You feel me? No funny shit, but like, hey, listen, Mars and Venus transit the 12th house, Virgo rising. Don't jump off the window too much now. Because Mars and Venus is gonna have you feeling a little invincible in the 12th house, because it may be things dealing with pleasures, thrilling experiences. That's some things, people, places, and things you never experienced before. All of it may seem good. You are in a space where you're dealing with a lot of illusions, and you are in a space where people you will use Mars and Venus to put you in an illusion. Keep that in mind. Y'all know me. It's luckily I try to keep this shit balanced. People will use Mars and Venus to keep you in an illusion right now, Virgo rising. Know that. Okay. So you're way more sensitive towards Venus energy for sure, because she's exalted. So don't let people think they could play with you because they feel like they could wave Venus energy over you. However, that comes with touch, money, something that they know you like. Don't let people play with you like that. You're a stronger spirit than that, right? And don't allow yourself to just, you know, your spirit may be needing a real thrill right now. All right. So that's up to you to read right now. Am I justified doing this right now? Has this been suppressed? You know, there's a lot of potential for you guys to, be able to start projecting transformation into your personal life based off of what Mars is doing in the 12th house, because Mars is already looking at all the things you store in your 12th house from a creative perspective, from a knowledgeable perspective, from a wisdom perspective, whatever, uh all of that, things you want to experience, a bucket list perspective. So Mars is seeing all of these things, and all Mars knows is get active, set intention on how we could possibly bring transformation into life to getting more in touch with these things. Because I want to be able to, I see the intrigue in these things being in 12th house, but I want to be able to be active working on these things as I continue transiting through the rest of the chart. I want to be able to transit out the 12th house, see this creativity, see this imagination, be able to be active in it in some type of shape or form. Now, by the time I get to the first house, it's already in motion. So you're in this type of energy. So don't overwhelm yourself trying to get shit done right now. You might still be in a real deep planning stages of something right now from a creative perspective. And you also might be in a space right now where you need to learn to do a little bit of spiritual construction on yourself. You got Mars and Venus transiting a subconscious house, the 12th house. So, your dreams, the direction of what things you want to create in your life, things dealing with insecurities, failures, or I should say insecurities and failures versus aspirations. You need to be able to really have real conversations about yourself, see what's holding yourself back. Mars and Venus can help you navigate a lot of these things. Just don't get too distracted by things that Venus may reel in here. Venus is so powerful here. All right. So powerful because the more you move your value system into a healthy place, spiritually you can create so much opportunities in the long run for what Venus gets into. Right now Mars and Venus is in your 12th house, Virgo rising, so they're in a brewing state right now. They're cultivating energy in this house, right? They're navigating old negative concepts and trying to transmute it into a positive place, because Venus wants to be positive here, Mars wants to transmute. So it's a a positive combination of utilizing creative energies right now to bring transformation in your life, right? The more you value pouring into these things, the more you can create other situations for people to value and support these things. But pace yourself. Know that things get more active once Mars moves into your first house soon. Okay. And and embrace the solitude if you need to, for real talk. Okay. Now the op houses are the sixth house. So Virgo risings, that sixth house right now is still gonna need your attention. You can't you can't drift off too much into la la land. You're dealing with so much not even mental stimulation, but like creative, yeah, so much creative stimulation. You may be in a real superstitious state as well too. So it's easy for you right now to be reflecting on how things could have been today if you would have did things different in the past, especially when it comes into something that you're passionate about or something where love matters. That should happen already. So this is a great space to probably dissect new wisdom from a past situation, but don't get into that. Damn, I'll be in a better place right now. This, that, and the third, because that's only overwhelming the steps that you need to take today to mold your future. We don't need to get overwhelmed from that shit. We just need to learn from it. That's one thing about 12th house transits. All right. And then so yeah, the op house is the sixth house. So you just got to make sure, that sense of schedule routine. This is your natural personality. But once again, heavy 12th house transits, especially with Venus being involved, potential to go into la la land. Whether you're going into it with another party, whether you're going into it by yourself, can't lose track of reality that much, even though your creative and your imagination juices are highly charged up, and highly stimulated. So that's important. And that could even work opportunities. This is a great time where, you're, like I said, you're learning how to create. You're seeing a lot of you guys, Virgo risings, are seeing how you can map out a new schedule and regimen in a way right now. Because if you have Mars and Venus brewing up all this energy in the 12th house, Um, and then where's Gemini at? Gemini's in your fourth. No, no, no. Gemini is in your 10th. Oh, I'm tripping. Yeah, Virgo got Gemini in the 10th. Oh, so your activity, okay. So there's awareness right now dealing with like, career matters right now. Um, and public image. So yes, things with schedule and routine may be undergoing development right now because there may even be a shift with your public image and how you want to be seen in the career space in general. So right now, functions of the sixth house may be getting a little active right now because there's a trine house. So that house connected to your sun. Right now, your sun is hitting the sixth house in a very good way. So you're seeing the potential of things that you can create, navigate, shift in career, and you're seeing how the sixth house can help you do that. But since your sixth house is opposite to the Mars and Venus, you have to make sure that the passions, right, the things that need healing, the things that you need to give yourself some time to calculate or whatnot, navigate through subconsciously, make sure you're aware of how your sixth house can support that as well. All right. So the sixth house could just be an important hub for you in general right now with how you're shifting things. Anything you're doing right now is going to need sixth house energy. So this is you not even sleeping on your personal ideas because the way you personally observe things is in the sixth house way. You're a Virgo. All right. So don't sleep on your ways of personally structuring things right now, Virgo. You may not even need other people's support. You may know exactly how to do it and what to do, and just embrace some of that faith energy with Mars and Venus transit in the 12th, right? Then we also got the third house being triggered. What's here? What's here? What's here? Scorpio's here. Scorpio's in the third. So you can't let any dark energy be thrown at you, any shade be thrown at you within your local surroundings, familiar spaces and places and faces. You can't let them sway your perception of something that you're doing right now, making transforming your perception of something that you want to do creatively. That's why sometimes it may be better for you to keep certain things that you're cultivating to yourself right now. The third house can be a little, can have be a little hub to create a little create a little resistance towards something. Sibling, close friend, trying to tell you something about some shit. You know what the fuck you talking about? Just do what you do, bro. All right. You may have that type of situation. All right. So if they're not coming in a supportive way or using third house energy as far as new information, some guidance, some details to support what you're doing, then that you have to be aware of what energy you're receiving from your third house right now. All right. Then the ninth house. The ninth house. Don't allow every experience or opportunity to experience things right now get in the way of whatever time you need to give to yourself. So try to balance that out around this time. Okay, Virgo risings. Your concepts of things you've learned in your past may start to clash with something you want to do now. Don't hold yourself don't beat yourself up too heavy around this time, Virgo rising, trying to stick to a certain concept of how something should be done based off of it being something you learned in the past, something you was raised on, this and the third. You're ending cycles. You're going through evolution of things. You're about to have two planets, inner planets, right? Transit your first house. So you're ending cycles and creating new personal aspirations about things. Don't let the ninth house concepts, things you've learned, be taught, distract your ability to distract you from cultivating your own belief about something right now. Mars and Venus in the 12th, right? Mars is individual. So if there's things that you come onto grips about on your own, regardless of what you heard from an astrologer, from another teacher, from somebody you know, and you feel like you're cultivating your own beliefs about something from your own personal experiences and combination of what you see on the external, then it's like, hey man, you know, you gotta learn to develop your own system, and that's an energy you may be in right now. Okay, so just don't try to beat yourself up trying to stick to some shit for whatever reason. All right, and that's what we got going on for my beloved Virgo risings in the building. All right, y'all. So another good old fashioned long lucky Libra live, guys. I hope everybody, shout out to y'all for bringing in your Venus evening and your Venus night. All right, with me. Okay, and entering your Saturn day with me. Y'all real for that. All right, guys. So yeah, you missed Scorpio rising. I definitely did Scorpio rising. Yep, we talked about that. Leo in the seventh house. Yeah, I did everybody, right? I did everybody. We started with Leo risings. Yep, started with Leo risings and then with Virgo risings. Perfect. All right, guys. So felt good to interact with y'all, connect with y'all. All right. We want to have a nice, good, productive weekend. The moon was touching up on Saturn today, so hopefully today gave you a good set on what needs to be structured for the rest of the weekend. All right, we'll be in touch, guys. Try not to get too caught up in the mental emotional confusion waves in the air. The mental emotional confusion waves. You got Pisces, strong Pisces energy, strong Gemini energy. We don't know what the fuck we thinking about when it comes to relationships. We don't know how to stay steady mentally when it comes to our own feelings. Just let them flow. Let them flow, gang. All right. Love y'all. Peace, gang.